Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Committee of Council for April the 17th. We have all members present except Councillor Medeiros, who's away on other municipal business. He'll be here later? Yeah, he'll be here a little bit later. And so we're going to start off with the approval of the agenda.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just for members of committee's benefit and members of staff and the public in attendance, there are a number of changes to today's agenda. First, in regard to item 5.6, creation of an arts hub in Brampton. That's a delegation item. There is a presentation that is on members' desks. In regard to item 8.2.4, the Fletchers Creek Sustainable Neighbourhood Retrofit Action Plan, SNAP, there is a revised Appendix 2 that has been an updated version of that appendix is on your desk before you and has been uploaded to the city's website. In regard to item 11.1, government relations matters, listed on the agenda for distribution prior to the meeting. The briefing report is on members' desks this morning and was distributed electronically yesterday. Also, which is not on the published list of changes, there is added correspondence on your desk identified as 9.4.1. It's in regard to item 9.2.1, which is the Robinson Barn. That is item 9.2.1 on today's committee agenda. It was considered, this matter was considered at the Brampton Heritage Board meeting last evening, and this correspondence is here with the committee's the board's recommendation from last night for committee's consideration today. And finally, in regard to delegation item 5.5, a delegation regarding an encroachment agreement matter at 16 Chapel Street in Ward 3. There is an additional delegation in regard to this matter from, I believe his name is Tom Patrick, and he will be identified as Part B to this delegation.
So we do have a couple of speakers. Councilor Vicente. Councilor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to item 9.2.1, as the clerk mentioned, we had a motion that was passed yesterday at the Brampton Heritage Board requesting that the report on the Robinson Barn, which is item 9.21 on today's agenda, be perhaps moved to a next committee of council to provide time for the board to develop a presentation to the committee. And they were also requesting for an itemized list of the costs contained within the city's estimate for the restoration of the barn. Mr. Clerk, can you provide direction on how we may achieve that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So yes, the Brampton Heritage Board has requested that this matter, item 9.2.1 on today's agenda, be deferred to the May 1st Committee of Council meeting. And that is within committee's purview if they wish to defer it or they wish to consider it. And if committee wishes to defer it, there is precedent for, as part of the approval of the agenda, if there's consensus from committee to actually deal with that at the approval of the agenda. But if there are members that wish to speak to the item, then my advice to committee would be to stand down the item and deal with it in agenda order.
All right, Mr. Chair, then would we be able to do that?
So you want to defer?
I know Councillor Pleshy has something that he'd like to say. Councillor Pleshy.
So I'll get him on the board. One sec.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to speak to it, and I support a referral back to staff, but I'd like to speak to it when the item comes up in our agenda.
So we'll leave it as is then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Pacini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just like under new business, I had asked Peter here to add something in 9.31 and for the Brampton Sports Hall of Fame discussion. If we could add that, bring that forward a lot earlier.
So you want to bring new discussion 9.31? You want to move it up?
Yes, please, because I won't be here at that time.
Oh, you won't be here. Okay. So what we can do is we can deal with it after the delegation.
That's good. Thank you.
Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to request Council's indulgence to add a delegation to today's agenda by Mr. Eduardo Vieira on the item of the Lusophonia Festival.
So what would that be, Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be delegation item 5.9.
Okay, so, would you like to, somebody like to move approval of the agenda? Councilor, sorry, you beat me to it. Councilor Vicente. All in favor? That carries. So, we move on to the, where do we move on to now? Declarations of conflict of interest. Does anybody have a, like to declare any type of conflict? No. So we're going to move on to the consent agenda. Councilor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add 8.2.3 into the consent agenda. 8.2.3 is the report request for budget amendment, capital projects, developer reimbursements for the development of 3 neighborhood parks in northwest Brampton and 1 in northeast Brampton.
So there's a request for 8.2.3 to be put into consent. Councilor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I'd like to add item 8.2.5, road closures regarding the farmers market, to the consent agenda, and also take out 8.3.1, which is the school traffic safety minutes. Remove that from the consent agenda. I'm trading it off.
Okay. Councilor Williams.
Yeah, through you, Chair, maybe to the clerk. We had discussions about moving government relations into consent. Did you want to have a discussion on that when we do government relations, or can we move it in now? Because with the intent of moving it in, if there's no questions from, it keeps Lowell from hanging around all day.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's the will of committee. If committee wishes to add that item onto consent, the item has been distributed to members. Committee can do that, and at a future meeting perhaps, or if it's not added to consent, we can have a discussion today at the appropriate time on whether that matter should automatically be on consent or not. I understand there's probably a lot of government relation matters coming forward in the coming months to this committee and to council, so, but that is something that committee can consider putting it on
Yeah,
automatically.
I think the intent is there's a lot of times that Lowell, our government relations, sits up there and there's no questions. So I put it upon the councilors to read the government relations, and if there is any questions, they can pull it out of consent, and it keeps their staff from being here all day.
Right, so Councilor Williams is essentially requesting that we move the government relations into consent, and so perhaps we could, if there's any discussion now that we can have about that. If not, then we can move it into consent. So, sorry, Mayor Brown, do you have a question in regards to Councilor Williams or no? So I'm going to go to Councilor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I do have one particular item that I'd like to discuss in that particular report. So for this week, if we could just leave it as is, that would be great.
Fair enough. Are you okay with that, Councilor Williams?
Yeah, no, the intent was there's no question.
Right, thank you. So we'll move to Mayor Brown.
I just say, I think 6.2.1, in terms of the in-kind ask from the downtown Brampton BIA, we could add that to consent too. I think it's pretty straightforward, along with the recommendation, in the interest of time.
You can do it again. Sorry, Mayor Brown, Councilor Fletcher, do you want to get back on the board? Well, somebody doesn't want it. So, Mayor Brown, are you done?
Yes.
Okay. So, so we got 8.2.3, we're going to add to consent. 8.2.5, we're going to add to consent. We're going to remove 8.3.1, and we're going to add 6.2.1. Somebody want to move consent motion? The consent agenda. Councilor Williams, all in favor? So that carries. There's no announcements. So there's no announcements. We're going to move to delegations. The first delegation is 5.1. Doug Kwan, From the Mississauga Community Legal Services, Arshad Patti, Peer Support Program Coordinator, Punjabi Community Health Services, regarding the 10-year Peel Poverty Reduction Strategy. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Through you, Mr. Chair. We thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. We're here on behalf of the Peel Poverty Reduction Committee to highlight the newly refreshed 10-year strategy and to seek your endorsement and support of the 2018 to 2028 Peel Poverty Reduction Strategy.
On this table, there are 53 organizations which have contributed to this and which own this strategy.
Talk a little bit about our journey and how we got here today. This visual shows some of the activities and milestones that the committee has accomplished since 2012, when the strategy was first launched. A couple of examples include the Peel Food Charter, which articulates Peel's commitment to creating a food-secure community, and the Affordable Transit Program, which the committee played a role in advocating for affordable transit in Peel, which resulted in permanent affordable program in Brampton and Mississauga.
The strategy has a vision, which is the Peel region is a livable community for all individuals and families, and its mission is to create a Peel community where everyone works together to build a poverty-free futures.
So why is this work important? Poverty is complex and continues to impact many residents. According to the 2016 census, more than 175,000 individuals and families experience poverty in Mississauga, Brampton, and Caledon. That is 12.8% of all residents in the region. The impact on racialized communities is more serious, where 16% live in poverty as of 2016. And of course, the cost of housing and food continue to rise throughout the region, making life more difficult for everyone.
Our bold statement is that access to safe, affordable, and accessible housing, transportation, nutritious food, healthcare, and education are fundamental rights, basic human rights. And in order to realize, dispense, and achieve them, we must work together as a community if poverty is to be eliminated in Peel.
The poverty reduction strategy is a place to show the connection between all of the issues that impact people who struggle in our community and the importance of these issues. The strategy will intentionally focus on 3 priority areas over the next 10 years: income security, economic opportunity, well-being, and social inclusion. This slide shows our goals for the next 10 years. The strategy includes 25 outcomes and 31 strategic actions. We will collectively work on them over the next decade to accomplish these outcomes.
And our next steps are, there is a presentation to Town of Caledon on 28th May, and then the implementation of 2019 priorities will ensue.
In closing, we are seeking the City of Brampton's endorsement and support of the 2018-2028 Peel Poverty Reduction Strategy. We look forward to having your support as we implement the strategy. Reducing poverty requires all of us to play a role. We are committed to working with residents, organizations, and all levels of government to ensure no one is left behind. We thank council and staff for your ongoing support, and thank you.
If there are any questions, we'll welcome that.
Councillor Williams?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you for coming to delegate to us today. You know, poverty is one of the major driving factors to antisocial behavior in youth, and it just creates a ripple effect when we have, you know, communities who are needing support and can't get support. I was looking through your timeline, and I noticed that you had mapped out payday loan centers in Peel. Can you explain to me why you did that and why it was important?
We've done research to determine that payday loan businesses, the prevalence of them are in low-income areas. Mm-hmm. And research has shown that when people are obtaining funds through these centers, that they charge exorbitant interest rates, make it like more difficult for them, because once they borrow money to pay the rent, then they end up deeper in the hole because of the higher interest rate charges. So we recognize that is a problem in communities, and it is also identifies pockets in communities where low incomes are higher.
Absolutely. Have you done any work with the region around looking at some of the regional heat maps? And is there a correlation between these payday loan centers and low-income centers that have been identified through the region?
We're looking at several maps, and that there is a correlation. We're looking to see how the data can inform our strategy.
Yeah.
So that is an ongoing process.
Okay. So I know you mentioned 25 outcomes, and what was it, 31 strategies?
Strategic actions, yes.
Can you name some of them or share some of them for us?
Absolutely. Some of them include encouraging financial literacy programs, because people aren't aware of, say, the Canada Learning Bond, which is free money from the government. Once you enroll into RESP, you don't have to put a down payment on it. So not many people are aware of it or are accessing that program, but it takes them that much closer to helping their children afford a post-secondary education. There are other programs such as ensuring that we reduce barriers to accessing childcare and important human services that are available, that is offered through the region. So encouraging sort of one portal to apply for all these programs, whether it's childcare, Ontario Works, or rent subsidies. So there are several programs that where we have short-term strategic actions, intermediate terms, and long-term. We encourage council to take a look at our report, and those strategic actions can be found on page 19, 20, and 21.
Yeah, thank you. It's a great report, and you have such excellent strategies moving forward that is going to definitely have an effect on, ensuring people are educated and have access to the things they need. So I would like to move that we do endorse and support the Peel Poverty Reduction Strategy and receive the delegation. Is that how you do it? No? Okay.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just to advise committee that a delegation for which there's no report can only be received or referred back to staff for a report on the merits of endorsing the Peel Poverty Strategy, or council can, or committee can waive its procedure bylaw.
Well, no, I'm going to refer it back to staff, and yes, because I think this is very important. I would like to see how we can collaborate and work together.
Sorry, to the clerk, rather. I think, what would come back in a report if it was to be moved? I think essentially what the delegation is asking is to just approve what they've outlined in the presentation today. And so just, I'm not sure if it's too much of a hassle to waive the rules of procedure, but let's, I do believe we have a couple more speakers, but we'll get to them in just a quick second. So
through you, Mr. Chair, if the matter was referred back to staff, then potentially would come back with a recommendation, perhaps a positive one endorsing the strategy, but also speaking to how the City of Brampton aligns with the strategy in terms of all the implementation steps and activities that the city undertakes to help fulfill this.
So do you want to hang on to that for a minute? We'll let the other people speak.
Questions as well.
So Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I was going to actually talk about the motion itself, to refer it back to staff, and specifically to look at the report from Peel Poverty Action Group and the implementation steps, how it links to the City of Brampton strategies, and more specifically, so last week we ratified a motion regarding gun and gang violence to look at the systemic issues related to gun and gang violence, poverty being one of the most prevalent issues when it comes to increase in crime and gun and gang violence. So I'd love to see in the referral back to staff, not just looking at the implementation of Peel Poverty Action Group's plan for the City of Brampton, but also incorporating that specific motion that we passed last week.
So Councilor Williams, so you want to move the referral?
I would like to
Back to
move the
staff.
referral and accept it as a friendly amendment.
Right, and so we'll take those, staff can take those comments into consideration as well. And so, do you need anything written up, or we just refer this as is?
Refer as is, Mr. Chair, but essentially the motion is to receive the delegation, refer to staff for review and a report back identifying links to existing Brampton strategies and implementation alignment, including reference and alignment with Council Resolution C0880 2019, which is the resolution that Councillor Santos is referencing.
Okay, so the motion for the referrals on the floor, all in favor? It carries. We appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we're now going to move on to 5.2, delegation from Ashwin Sansgiri from CBA Catalyst of Brampton regarding the objectives and achievements of CBA Catalyst of Brampton. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, all the councillors, the chair, honorable mayor. Firstly, this is a big honor for me to be standing here in front of you, and I think it has grown organically. Excellent support from the city. So I'm just here to give you a quick perspective about what we've been able to achieve and where we are heading. Quick background about myself. I moved to the city of Brampton 4 years back, so pretty much fresh off the boat. I head the global operations of an startup acceleration group called CBA, headquartered in the Bay Area. We run acceleration programs for startups around the world. So when I came to the city 4 years back, I saw some amazing potential. 650,000 people, the youngest city in Canada, great consumption market, and there was a big hunger to create something on the innovation space, but maybe what was missing was the experience and the infrastructure. So I decided to kind of bring my expertise to the table and create an ecosystem that allows us to place this city on the global innovation map. So we conceptualized this group called the CBA Catalyst of Brampton last year. We took this idea to a number of stakeholders, including venture capital funds, family offices, acceleration programs and incubators across the GTA. And here's the story so far. So after conceptualization, we also got connected to the ED team in the city. They were extremely helpful, and they told us that they'll be supporting us all the way to create this ecosystem. The objective here is to put together like-minded investors, advisors, corporates in the room who could encourage entrepreneurs, both from within the city and from across the GTA, to come to the city, establish their innovation centers here, and create upward mobility of jobs. So this was conceptualized last year in June 2018. We had a fantastic event at the conservatory where we had about 120 plus people who attended. We had an excellent panel discussion with some VCs. This then translated into a launch. We had about 70 investors. The councillor himself was present, Councillor Jeff Bowman. We had a panel discussion with NACO, which is a National Angel Capital Organization. It is a representative body for all venture capital investors across Canada. And we had 5 excellent startups that pitched to the Catalyst. Progressively, we put together a very strong advisory group. So these are women and men from the venture capital ecosystem, investors, corporate representatives who are kind enough to support the group with their guidance. We again had some fantastic corporates such as Meridian, who came on board as a banking partner. So they started providing guidance to the investors as well as the startups about how do they structure their pitches, the financials, the various nuances. Then we have an IP legal partner, which is Berkinson Parr. So they provide guidance to the investors about how do they value intellectual property, because it's a relatively newer asset class when it comes to venture capital investment. So this is what we've been able to achieve, quantified traction. So we've gone through about 30 high potential startups, not just from Brampton, but from across the GTA. We got representation from across industries: healthcare, food and beverages, retail, travel tech. So we do this every month. Last Wednesday of every month, we meet at the City Hall. We bring together about 20-25 investors in the room. We invite high potential startups from across the GTA and Brampton, and they each gets about 15 minutes to pitch. We've been able to achieve about 50 active investor and expert interactions with the entrepreneurs. About $150,000 of commitments have already gone through. So that means cash has been invested in a few companies, and over 100 direct interactions have happened between the investors and the founders. The best part here is it's not just about venture capital investments. We also engage very actively with corporates in Brampton and across the GTA. So it's an all-inclusive ecosystem that we are creating within the city. These are some of the startups that have gone through the ecosystem. As you can see, most of them have been well funded by VCs across the GTA. They are well-known brands in the startup ecosystem. Again, some corporates that have actively participated through the program. And last Friday, we took the next step of launching Brampton's first accelerator program called the iStart Hub. So through the iStart Hub, we are supporting 8 startups from across the GTA and Brampton. Again, Councillor Jeff Bowman was representing the Mayor's office. He was there for a kind keynote. So thank you so much, Councillor, for taking time and supporting us. So now we have 3 companies from Brampton and 5 from across Ontario that will be supporting with access to capital, channel development on sales, workforce acceleration, as well as corporate governance structures. So yeah, I think these are the various program modules that have been offered to the startups. I just mentioned some of these, but 3 main objectives: to build valuations for these companies, mitigate the risk of failure because these are fairly early stage companies, seed stage level startups, and of course, potentially creating early liquidity for participating investors. As a matter of fact, the best part here is Brampton becomes a framework to launch across 7 other cities that we have identified across Ontario.
I'm going to interrupt you 1 minute.
Yes.
So you had a 5-minute time limit?
Sure.
You're about 6 minutes now. Does anybody want to move? Sorry, it's just...
Of course, I completely respect that, yeah.
All in favor of adding time? Go ahead.
I apologize for taking additional time. Actually, I got lost. I didn't look at the time here, but I think just a few more slides left. So the Brampton chapter is really a framework for launching across various cities in Ontario. So it becomes a great milestone for us to do this in the city. Final slide, these are our core objectives. We'll be launching 4 more Catalyst chapters across the GTA in 2019. Right now we have about 20 members. We want to reach about 50 members in 2019. And more importantly, from about 150K of capital invested, reach about $1 million by 2019. This is only from the Brampton chapter. So yeah, thank you so much for your time and your continued support. I'm here, as I said, as I'm very grateful for the city and the council to support me. So more than happy to take any questions. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. And so we have a couple of speakers. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ashwin. It's been a journey it's been quite a remarkable journey, actually, very quick in terms of investment strategies and business development. You've created a very strong backbone for a lot of startups here in the city, and with our economic development department, I know they're very involved. And I mean, when you talk about the ecosystem, what you've created is actually a sort of a super networking group for a development of an ecosystem, which includes the VCs and the startups and the mentors and businesses, connecting businesses all at one time, which is a great approach to take because normally it takes stages of development before you even get to meet businesses. So it's a remarkable approach. I really appreciate it. And I'm happy to move the delegation, acceptance of the delegation. And I look forward to all the other great work you're going to be doing here in this city.
Thank you for the kind words, Councillor.
Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ashwin. You touched on briefly the contribution that our economic development team has been able to help you for those who are listening today and watching, can you just dive a little bit deeper into what contributions the City of Brampton has made into your efforts?
Absolutely. So to begin with, I think what was really required was connecting the dots within the city. We have corporates on one side, we have the university, so the Sheldon College, there are a number of stakeholders involved beyond the VCs. It was really about connecting the dots and bringing this ecosystem together. So the ED team, Devin Rampal, Daniel Bishun, Denise McClure, all of them really contributed to connect the dots to begin with. Secondly, every month they've been supporting us because each month there's a separate vertical that comes in. So with a vertical, the type of corporates and profile of corporates vary. So they've been very active in reaching out to the corporate ecosystem and talking about this program. And more importantly, this is also a bridge to what we are doing with Ryerson, the incubation center that Ryerson is coming up with. This is the next stage. So once the entrepreneurs are incubated, the next stage is coming to the acceleration program, getting funded, getting the advisory that they require, and then scaling up. So I think they have been an excellent and a very strong pillar for ensuring this ecosystem gets created.
Thank you. And in terms of all of your different chapters, what percentage of the work that you do is happening here in Brampton?
Right now, 100%. So as I said, Brampton was the first chapter, and taking Brampton as a milestone, as a framework, we have interest now from North York, from Vaughan, and this is only because of the success of the Brampton chapter. It's not just about venture capital investments, it's also about creating an innovation ecosystem, and that's what the city is like. So yeah, Brampton is pretty much 100% right now, but then we'll be scaling up based on whatever little we've been able to achieve in the city.
Thank you very much, and we all support your work, and if you ever need any more assistance from us, we're just here ready to help.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate that.
Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair. You had mentioned the work that you've done with Sheridan as well as the connections with Ryerson. I just wanted to also point out Algoma University, who is actually here today behind you. They're expanding their business and economics program here in Brampton. And so I'm sure you've connected, perhaps not, but if not, then that's a huge connection for you as well.
Absolutely. I was just waiting to meet them after this. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
So we have no other speakers, but Councillor Bowman has moved receipt of the delegation. All in favor? Carries. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much, sir.
We're going to move on to delegation 5.3. Malvina Alderson and Paul Ackerman.
Good morning, Chair and Council members. I am here with a delegation. We're looking to change the monument in Chinguacousy Park to a cenotaph through Veterans Affairs. What we're looking for is your endorsement, written endorsement that we have this, we are able to do this. I'm going to pass it over to Paul. I've had a stroke recently and I'm hitter-skitter. So I'm passing over to Paul.
Chair, councillors. As you noticed, there are some members of our branch here, and I'd like to just do a quick introduction of the guests. We have Jack Morrison, who is our branch service officer. He's also a veteran of the Royal Navy, diver, an electronics technician, missile. He's the only person I know who's had the opportunity to have the Royal Gurkha Regiment say, "Please sit down, you're slowing us down." Joe Brown, he's a member of the Black Watch Royal Highland Regiment. He's also one of our peacekeepers in Cyprus and also served in Germany. John Gow, he's with REME, that's the Royal Canadian Electrical and Mechanical Engineers. He served in Canada and Germany during the Cold War. Dave Skitt, he's the Royal Corps of Transport, Royal Army, and he's a former member of the British Legion. He's just joined our branch recently. The reason, as Malvina said, is Branch 609's been doing our service as a civic service the week prior to Remembrance Day at Chinguacousy Park. And I've been doing some digging, and even though the signs say it is a cenotaph, it is not registered as such. So I've been working with Ramesh Sangha's office. He's the MP for Brampton Centre. And we were told, please come get the city's support for this, because that will be the first thing that Veterans Affairs ask, is what is the municipality's point on this. So that's... So this is the Chinguacousy Park Monument. This was taken during the Memorial Square construction in October. Unfortunately, I don't have a better one because it's still fenced in right now, and I'm waiting to hear back when it will be finished. So on the right-hand side is the actual monument itself with 4 plaques, 2 in the front and 2 facing the Fire Life Safety Building. There's a wing wall and a planter that are all the same material, so I will consider this to be the one structure as we go ahead. And the plaques, the main one is the in memoriam, which is probably the most important one because this was erected in '76. This would be 2 years after the city of Brampton became incorporated. And this talks about World War I, World War II, and the Korean War. There are other plaques. They talk about the history, Chinguacousy Township, Brampton, and Toronto Gore. It also lists who the members of the Township of Chinguacousy were from its incorporation to its amalgamation into the city of Brampton, plus the city of Brampton and Jim Archdeacon as the mayor, Ken Mullins as a councillor. So the importance of the registration in the Canadian Military Memorials Database, it would bring pride for the community. There's much more significance as a cenotaph than as a monument or a memorial. Some of you may be aware or may not be aware, but our local Sea Cadet, Cadet Corps do a 24-hour vigil from 11 a.m. on November 10th to 11 a.m. on November the 11th. So it would be much more significance for them as well doing the vigil at a cenotaph. So the next steps. So we're going to submit our application through Ramesh Sangha's office with hopefully the city's official support for this. When approved, we will have an official dedication at the cenotaph, right, with invited guests and members of the public. There will be an official reception back at Branch 609. The logistics and the security need to be determined for this, and that will be done through Ramesh Sangha's office. Some of the guests that have been listed is the Governor General of Canada, the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, Prime Minister, Minister of Veterans Affairs, Minister of National Defence, and other dignitaries. And this ends my presentation. Any questions?
Thanks so much for the presentation, and we do have a couple of speakers, and we're going to go to Councillor Portini first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Paul, for coming in. So just a couple of questions before we get into it. It's still under construction, right? Still hasn't finished?
The square, to my understanding, is still under construction. They've just got the engravings to do and some of the seating to put up. I have asked for a schedule on finishing that work. I have not yet received it yet.
Okay. So you're here to get our support
Yes.
for the thing. So I'm willing to support it, and I'll move it. I think we have to send it to staff, maybe. Maybe we can work with the MP, Mr. Sangha, and see any support we could give you. I've been there. I seen the construction, I seen the solar fencing around there, so I
Yes.
just can't wait till, and I remember members say we have a lot, we always go there, so I'm willing to support it and move it to staff, see what we can do. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fatini. Councillor Williams.
And I fully support this as well, and because, you know, I was privileged to participate in the Remembrance Day ceremony last year, and we had to walk around the Legion building, and I was told in the past that usually you leave from Chinguacousy Park
Yes.
and walk to the Legion building. Yeah, so I think it is going to be very, you know, impactful for the community, and to also, you know, pay our respects for those who helped fight for our country and freedom. So I fully support this as well, and I don't know if I have to second Pat's motion, but thank you for coming in.
Right, so thanks a lot. So we're going to get some clarification. So we'll get Councillor Bowman to speak to it.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Paul, and the rest of you for coming today. Malvina, thanks, nice to see you back here again. Happy to support referring this back to staff. Paul, is there any urgency to this? Do we need it?
Ideally, the quicker we can get the application in, the quicker the government can work on it, because it is an election year, and hopefully there would be some expediency to it as well. Because I do believe this was brought up at federal caucus as well through MP Sangha, right, so.
Okay, so question to staff, could we possibly have the letter prepared? And I believe, Peter, does that have to be in the motion that we have staff in the referral write the letter to be directed back to Mr. Sangha?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps the referral could be to refer back to staff for a letter to be prepared or report to come back to council next week for endorsement, because anything at committee today would come to council for ratification next week in any event, and then council can ratify it next week at its meeting.
So 1 week's time, Paul, is
Oh,
good?
that's plenty.
Okay, I'd like to add that to the referral motion. Thank you.
So you wanted to add something, Councillor Martini? You all right? Okay, so there's a referral on the floor. Do you want to just?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the referral would be to staff for consideration with regard to the endorsement of the application to register the monument at Chinguacousy Park as a cenotaph, and that the motion thereon be prepared for council at its meeting next week.
Thank you. So the motion has been moved by Councillor Fatini. All in favor? Thank you. So thanks so much for coming down, and I just want to anytime our veterans come, it's always a great honor for us, and so, you know, thank you for all your service, for all that you've done, our rights and freedoms, for all Canadians. You guys fought hard for us, so I just want to say thanks so much, and thanks for coming down today.
Thank you.
So we'll move on. And as usual, I have technical difficulties with my computer. Where are we? 5.4. So we got a delegation from Karen Bannister, Senior Coordinator from the Credit Valley Conservation regarding the Fletchers Creek Sustainable Neighborhood Action Plan. Thank you, and you guys got 5 minutes.
Karen's been project manager for the last 2 years on this project. This Fletchers SNAP is the second SNAP in the city's program. This SNAP program is very important to achieving some of the council's priorities from sustainability, engaging residents at the local level and getting them empowered to do actions within their neighborhood, and also achieving funding applications through the federal and provincial. In a month's time, we'll probably hear a good announcement of funding for this neighborhood. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council, staff. On behalf of Credit Valley Conservation, I'm very pleased to present to you today on the Fletchers Creek Sustainable Neighborhood Action Plan, Brampton's second SNAP. And thank you for the opportunity to present today. SNAP is a plan for climate action and urban renewal at the neighborhood scale. And I'm going to go over a few highlights for this new action plan for the Fletchers Creek neighborhood in Brampton. So this area was identified as a priority neighborhood for a SNAP due to a number of environmental issues, which are depicted here, including lack of stormwater controls, erosion in Fletchers Creek, a degraded urban forest, low-quality natural heritage system, and there were also some timely opportunities for retrofit projects in this neighborhood. This is a community that's interested in neighborhood greening and getting involved. And through the action planning process, we engaged and consulted with hundreds of local residents at local events and action planning workshops and open houses. And we asked for their ideas on how to make their neighborhood more sustainable. This action plan is informed by those community conversations and has been endorsed by local residents who reviewed the plan in November. Credit Valley Conservation, in partnership with the City of Brampton and the Region of Peel, and in consultation with staff and the community, worked together to create a framework for this action plan. And this framework includes a vision for a green, climate change ready neighborhood. It includes a series of goals for environmental improvement, behavior change, and community engagement. And it includes a concept plan that highlights opportunities for action in the neighborhood. The action plan features 27 actions in 5 key areas illustrated here. These actions will advance recommendations from other key City of Brampton planning strategies, like the 2040 Vision and the Grow Green Environmental Master Plan. And SNAP partners will bring existing education and outreach programs to the neighborhood in a strategic and efficient way. Partners will implement parks, roads, and school retrofit projects that have environmental and social benefits. And SNAP partners will engage the local community and build their capacity to take action so that they can become sustainability champions and take ownership of the plan. To date, we've initiated 3 early action projects in the neighborhood, which are listed above here, and we've been able to do that through SNAP partnerships and external funding. A rain garden will be constructed at Glendale Public School, and it will clean water, provide habitat for pollinators, teach children about nature, all while boosting neighborhood sustainability and enhancing the natural heritage system. For their teamwork and commitment to fostering a sense of community on this project, the school has been recognized by the province. They received a 2018 Premier's Award for Safe and Accepting Schools. It's an exciting project. On Haggart Avenue, green stormwater infrastructure will be constructed in the boulevard, and this project will clean water and add beauty and biodiversity to the streetscape, and is an excellent example of how SNAP adds value to planned projects. And thirdly, local residents and community groups and youth planted over 300 native trees and shrubs in Chris Gibson Park to help green the neighborhood and grow the urban forest. And I can add to this list as well, just this past weekend, we had 90 keen volunteers come together at Chris Gibson Park to do a cleanup. We filled a record-breaking number of bags, garbage bags, and I think that that shows tremendous commitment to the neighborhood vision. And in the next 3 years, we will be focusing our efforts in 3 key action areas shown here: tree planting, sustainable home landscaping, and community engagement. And we will measure progress towards the SNAP goals using these 5 metrics listed on the screen. And we will report back to council and the neighborhood to share our progress. The community is ready, and we are excited to build on our success in this neighborhood. And council's endorsement of Fletchers Creek SNAP is an important step towards neighborhood sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, and we do have a couple of speakers. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Karen, good to see you again. Councillor Vicente and I, we were both at the community consultation, when was that? January, December, and participated in that. And then this past weekend, we were at the Chris Gibson Spring Cleaning event. And it was amazing to see how community engagement is so effective at getting the residents involved, hands-on involvement. Many of the volunteers who were there on Saturday, we also saw at the public consultation back a few months ago. So congratulations, thanks for all of your hard work. We certainly support the report and the recommendations in it, and would definitely like to see more of this happen throughout the city. I think I had a question, and I can't find it. So maybe Councillor Vicente will ask it for me. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Sorry, do you want to bring the report? You want to move receipt? Move forward the report? Okay. It's Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Karen, I want to thank you and all the people at Credit Valley Conservation for the work that you do. Often governments talk about the environment, and they put in place some very wide-reaching goals that they want to achieve, but often those goals are hardly reached because the policies are not put into action. And what your organization has done here, I think quite successfully, is given action to the words that our council so often say here in these chambers. And so with the help of the residents, because they are key, without their many hands, this kind of work would not be possible, but you and your organization enable those hands and organize them and make them truly effective. So on behalf of all of us here at Council, I want to thank you and your organization for the tremendous work. To see the amount of waste that we picked up from that one park was just incredible. And to think that now, during the spring and summer, when residents are walking through that area, none of that will be there for their eyes to see, and they can enjoy nature as it is intended to be. So thank you again very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Willens.
Yes, through you, Chair. Thank you very much for coming in. I was at the County Court SNAP kickoff a number of years ago when SNAP first came to Brampton. My mother actually lived at County Court, so as I was visiting her, I went over to visit, see what was going on there. But I guess this is more of a question and more of a comment, maybe for you and for our staff. Are we looking or doing what SNAP's doing now in preservations of older neighborhoods and older community parks where there isn't the stormwater management that we have currently now in the new development? Are we looking at that and possibly implementing plans similar to what SNAP's doing in these established neighborhoods to try to eliminate or limit some of the stormwater management ponds? Because that's causing, I see Michael always coming down. Because that's a big issue with us as a municipality, as a sore spot in Councillor Fletchers' arm, because it's a lot of money to clean those things up. So I'm just wondering if you're doing that now to sort of limit the amount and working with our Greenfield development folks to try and work on the erosion side of it, at least around the green areas, and limit the number of stormwater management ponds.
To you, Chair. So we do have programs. We work with conservation authorities to identify areas that we can improve our stormwater management. And so some of there's always debate about with the green infrastructure on the roads and how that can improve the performance of our stormwater ponds. But there are a lot of neighborhoods within the city have no stormwater ponds, no stormwater management at all. So the focus of the SNAP and some of the restoration areas that we're doing from an engineering perspective will be focused on those areas that don't have any right now. And then in the future, looking at how we can improve the performance of those stormwater ponds.
Okay, I hope so, because it's costs the municipalities a lot of money 10 years down the road when we assume it, when we take over those ponds. It's costing a lot of money to maintain it. So that's great. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't talk about stormwater management ponds. But I do have to say, and Councillor Medeiros can attest to this, we've sat on CVC now for 5 years, and now sitting on TRCA with Councillor Santos for the last couple of years. The partnership between the city and the conservations is probably the best partnership to have for any municipalities. It's a partnership that only delivers great things for the future of the city and for our children. And with SNAP, it's so grassroots, no pun intended or pun intended, because it comes so naturally where it's so community driven, yet from the conservations and from the city's support, it's the community that really drives this and makes it so successful. And so I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to come here today that you've given us, and look forward to seeing more in the future.
Great, thank you.
And I agree with Councilor Rowan on a lot.
Thank you, and Councilor Santos, do you want to move staff recommendations? Okay, all in favor of the recommendations? We'll get it on the board first. So, all in favor? Carries. Thanks so much. So, we now move on to 5.5, delegation from Vicky Faulkner and Peter Diamond regarding an encroachment agreement matter, 16 Chapel Street in Ward 3. So, sir?
Mr. Chair, at the start of the agenda, after this hearing, this delegation, there is an added delegation, Part B, from Tom Chatrick on the same matter.
No. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councilor Dillon. I may be slightly over that. I would request more time if I may.
So, moved by Councilor Coutinho, all in favor?
Chairman Dillon, Mayor Brown, members of council. This committee deals with matters both great and small. And today, I want to talk to you about one of the biggest you will ever hear here. It's about how we live in Brampton and how we interact with each other and how the city and the residents interact. It's about commitments and precedents and fairness. Vicky Faulkner purchased the property at 16 Chapel in 1994. For the next 20 years, we had no problems with encroachments, sight lines, or plantings. In fact, this picture from 212 from Google shows immense foliage, and there were no issues. Vicky has always maintained her gardens and planted flowers, some on city property. There was a number of lilacs. There's one here, and there's the rest. Again, we had no complaints in 20 years. In 2014, we built a fence, and the complaints flooded in. We dealt with the problems one by one. Numerous bylaw officers attended the properties. To clear any questions of sightline, we complied with the city and cut down the lilac on city property. At that time, we naively believed this issue had been resolved to the satisfaction of all parties. However, in 1994, this issue was escalated to Realty Services. In the fall of 2014, many of the same concerns were once again examined and once again addressed. In 2015, a minor encroachment agreement was signed showing 2 areas of encroachment. At that time, we naively believed the issue had been resolved to the satisfaction of all parties. In 2017, we planted flowers to expressly attract butterflies, bees, and we put mulch on the garden in the encroachment area right out to the sidewalk. Over a year later, Realty Services approached Vicky about mulch, and our summer last year was worse than 2014. Numerous site visits. I remember the risk assessment officer who said to me, "You have a beautiful garden. Push the mulch back a bit and make her happy." We did rake the mulch back, but the from the sidewalk, but were unable to resolve the issue. We've always complied with the city, but communication at times has been difficult. We have communication that shows sometimes we have to comply within 8 feet, sometimes 9, and sometimes 17. And sometimes communications broke down completely. I emailed Councilors Bowman and Medeiros, who replied promptly and professionally, and communications improved. On another occasion, I wrote the commissioner, who called me directly, and both times communications improved, and I actually believed this situation would be resolved to the interest of all the party. However, it has not, and now plantings that have been there for decades are under threat. We've worked diligently with the city to reach our 2015 agreement, and we've always tried to comply with both the letter and the spirit of that agreement. A possible solution, we are told, is to enter an intermediate rather than a minor encroachment agreement. We feel that is punitive to us. In addition to the application costs and ongoing premiums, it is also registered on title, which could be a problem if and when we sell the problem. We also believe that it will not stop complaints to the city. Indeed, in March, we received a new complaint about drainage. This property has been targeted by complaints for 5 years, ever since we built the fence. And we have tried to comply, and we have always been able to work out a solution to the satisfaction of all properties. This delegation is about an encroachment, and it's about fairness and about how we live in the Flower City. For a quarter century, Vicki Faulkner has improved the corner at Chapel and John. She has paid her taxes, which has an insurance component to them, and there has never been an accident on the city boulevard. Vicki and I asked this committee to deem this encroachment minor. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We do not have any speakers. We do have one speaker, actually, Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for your delegation. I think it's a more, I guess, direction or question to staff. Sorry? Oh, we do? Okay, so I'll wait then. I'll just wait for the other delegation then.
So we'll allow the other delegation to come forward, and then we'll take questions after that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the added delegation was from Tom Patrick, a Brampton resident.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak regarding this matter. I reside at 45 John, next to 16 Chapel. A couple pictures that maybe could help with this matter. This is my driveway, my vehicle pulling out. As you can see, I'm almost at the sidewalk now. I don't know which way the pictures are going to go. Right here. Okay, I'll try back here. So this is my driveway now. You can see the fence in question. I have no problem with. It's on Mr. Diamond's property. I don't know why they're saying that there's problems with the fence. None whatsoever. What's happened, though, is the grade has been changed on his some of his pictures. I think 5.5 -11. It would show the existing grade back in 2014 where it's just flat grass. Now they've extended the bed continuously with a grade close to the property line. The last post there is approximately 8 to 10 inches in height, so there's quite a bit of difference. Hence the reason why I'm questioning the drainage. The drainage for the block of the townhouses that face Chapel from 16 to 18, 18A, comes from the last unit on the south and goes north. The drainage goes north, all through the backyards to John. So the elevation of this bed, in theory, would stop the drainage. You can see a little bit more here. All these plantings are on city property, but right up to the edge of my driveway. So now we have a problem with maintenance. Speaking of Councillor Bowman, in the past, I was told that maybe, I think there's supposed to be a 3-foot buffer of grass to be left there so that they can't there, so the people aren't standing on my driveway doing their maintenance. I'll show you one here where all the plantings here on city property and the lilac and everything, I have no problem with whatever they want to plant. If they want to plant and beautify their lawn, I think it's fantastic for Brampton. If they want to plant on their property, whatever they want to attract bees and butterflies, go to it. Everybody would love it. It's in the downtown core. Why not? Nobody would be against that. This is a picture of me backing out of my vehicle. You can see the hydro box and the bell box, and you can see the lilac there and the height of it. When I'm pulling out in the morning, or at any time, and it's very busy, on John Street, there's 2 parking spots between my driveway going west to Chapel Street. So when those vehicles are there, anybody coming around the corner from Chapel, from the south going south or going north, they're on your driveway in about 2 seconds. So if I got a problem, this isn't about whether they're allowed to plant. This is all about safety for me. I can't see properly. This has been going on forever, and every time I phone bylaw to say, I can't see. Something's got to be done here. And I'm the bad guy for phoning in all the time. But when you can't see, you just can't see. It's a safety issue. That's what it comes down to. Nobody's saying don't beautify your lawn. Beautify your property on your own property. There's a good shot right up the boulevard. You can see the hydro box. It's all on city property. I would like to see it reinstated back to the grass to the way it was. If the city wants to give them some property to plant, please do so. But if I get another shot, from the edge of the inside of the sidewalk to their corner post, their fence post, is approximately 17.5 feet. That's a rough measurement. I threw a tape out the other day to look at it. If the city wants to give them room to encroach to plant something, let it be by the straddle of the property line, going east to west to Chapel. You want to give them a meter? Give them a meter. That would be a meter times what, 60 feet? You'd have close to 200 feet of extra bedding you want to plant. But it would give me 14 feet of sightline when I back out of my driveway. A lot of people have said, Mr. Patrick, why don't you turn around and drive out of your driveway?
So we've reached 5 minutes. Do you want to just start wrapping up?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Con. So the thing is, I have a narrow driveway. It's 10 feet. When I pull my truck in, where my porch is at the back, it's recessed in and allows me to get out. If I backed in, I wouldn't be able to open the doors.
So we're going to get to Councillor Bowman on the board.
Thank you.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Peter, for coming. I know the properties quite well. I've chatted with both of you on many of occasions. I think what we have to do here is there's an encroachment agreement already in place, if I'm not mistaken, correct? Signed in 2015. Can I ask staff? Oh, you're right there. The encroachment agreement, is the encroachment agreement fine as it is right now, or is there any issues with it?
We would request a new encroachment agreement be entered into.
Can you come down here?
No. Tom, I have no questions of the delegation, so you can go back to it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, the 2015 templates agreements have been updated, so we would ask that it be brought into the current standards to cover all of the things that city thinks is safe. And also, we would have extra criteria entered into any agreement for this property. Because of the sightline concerns, we want to make sure that the first 9 feet adjacent to the sidewalk will only be planted with materials under 32 inches, and that the remaining of the property is, the remaining of the city property is either insured through an intermediate to allow them to keep what they have now, or the rest of the branch and mulch plantings will be removed, and then they can go into a minor agreement with no insurance requirements. Still with the same criteria that 9 feet adjacent to the sidewalk has to be under 32 inches in height.
Okay, so I'm going to move we refer this back to staff until that second encroachment agreement is signed off and worked on. I don't think it's in the interest of council to make decisions on legalities and encroachments right now.
Through the chair to you, I think that's where we're at right now, is we've agreed to almost everything except for the provision of insurance. So if insurance isn't provided, our current next steps in the procedure would be to ask bylaw to remove the encroachment altogether. So I guess my question is staff being directed to deal with the encroachment according to our normal procedures?
I would suggest, yes, that we have to send it back to staff for another encroachment agreement as it would normally be written, and work with the two parties to ensure that whatever issues are.
I will do my best to make sure that happens, sir.
Okay.
Right, so thank you so much. And so a referral has been moved by Councillor Bowman. All in favor? That carries. So we'll move on to 5.6, delegation from Jade Clark for the Metropolitan Youth Performing Arts Center in regards to creation of an arts hub in Brampton. Thank you, Jade, and you do have 5 minutes.
I'm actually going to request some additional time, if that's okay.
Yep, so moved by Councillor Williams. All in favor? Yep, that carries.
My name is Jade Clark. Most of you know me as the owner and artistic director of Jade's Hip Hop Academy, a business I started in Brampton when I was 18 years old in 2006. As you can see from my education, I also have a multidisciplinary arts background, and I have learned a lot by also owning Street Dance Canada Inc. and being part of board members for Dance Ontario, TIFF, and the Brampton Board of Trade, and my newest endeavor, which is the launch of my not-for-profit. Years ago, I had a vision and a dream to start a not-for-profit and build a multidisciplinary arts center, an arts hub, that would serve as development and training platform for young artists and produce educational shows about world and social issues through multiple art forms. I shared this vision with Kelly Stahl about 3 years, actually more than 3 years ago, and she encouraged me to pursue that dream. I'm happy to share that MyPAC, the slide you just saw previously, has been established, and we had our first show in 2017 at the Rose Theatre. And after also sharing my goals for the Arts Hub with Councillor Santos, she encouraged me to speak today. Now, 2 days ago, I found out that the city is already actually well into planning this Arts Hub, and there's already been a location selected. So I guess instead of urging council to look into the feasibility of an arts hub, I would just like to share my recommendations of what I think should be included. So, but before I do that, I would just like to share a little bit of my work. If you play the video, please.
Hip Hop Academy in Brampton, Canada.
She made it very clear that she has a new goal, and that is to use dance to change the world.
So youth can do amazing things if you believe in them. But unfortunately, many adults do not. They don't believe that youth can behave, they don't believe that youth can be professional, and that youth artists cannot produce the same quality work as established artists in adult artists. So I wasn't taken seriously either when I first started at the age of 18 here in the city. Here's a brief list of obstacles and adversities I've had to face. We don't have enough time to go through them, but you can refer to them later. After I began to become more successful, the City of Brampton did recognize my achievements and offered support. But many young people who have tried to start artistic ventures or careers here have faced similar obstacles and adversities that I did in the beginning and have given up on Brampton. As you can see from the clips in the video, I am not the only one in Brampton doing amazing work with young artists. House of Bungra, which you saw with us in the Raptors clip there, has been in Brampton for 7 years, and after speaking with the owner, he's confirmed that neither the city nor the previous Arts Council has ever reached out to him, which makes me wonder and worry about how many artistic individuals or groups working with youth are not even on the city's radar. So, therefore, I would like to make a recommendation also for the new Arts Council, which I know will be presented later today. Having a new Arts Council with proper service format will be a good thing, but the Arts Council database and membership should be inclusive of all individuals, collectives, schools, studios, and companies across all art forms, generations from young to old and emerging to established, and it should reflect the diversity that makes Brampton so unique. A representative of each art form should be on the council. And just as a person of mixed race, I am aware that the coalition that is currently working with the city lacks a certain amount of diversity, and I am concerned about that. And I've also provided that the city should really have a better outreach program to involve all stakeholders in the artistic community, and I've provided some suggestion here. So, on to the matter at hand. Many artists, including emerging singers, rappers, bands, photographers, videographers, rehearse, film, shoot, and record their work in Toronto or other neighboring municipalities. I myself hold my end of the year recital in Mississauga because there is a lack of space and lack of access to creative spaces here in Brampton. So Brampton is in much need of an arts hub, and the arts hub fits very nicely into a lot of the key themes of the Arts and Culture Master Plan, as you can see here, and I've also included the slide from the actual plan. So, on to the arts that I feel that should really be included. We have vocal arts, performance arts, visual arts, applied arts, and literary arts. So here's just a very quick rundown of some of the spaces with some details which you can refer to later. Film studios, photography studios, dance studios, obviously, fashion design studio, set design, acting and theater studios, orchestra rehearsals, spaces for band rehearsals, which acoustically also double as rehearsal spaces for choirs and singers, a DJ lab, music producing, recording studios, digital new media arts lab, editing suites, sculpture and ceramic studios, creative writing labs, visual art studios, an art gallery, performance spaces for mid to small scale performances within the spaces. I also believe this hub should have a theater with programming catered to works created in the hub, meeting spaces, classrooms, and a business center, because please remember, artists are entrepreneurs and business owners as well, which is often forgotten. So with computer access staffed by creative and business advisors as well. In terms of access, I've given this a lot of thought. I believe that artists should be able to rent the facility at reasonable rates, should be able to use the facilities for free for limited periods of time to work on defined projects, and artists can work in partnership with the city to deliver affordable and accessible programs to the community. In terms of funding, the city can work in partnership with businesses supportive of the arts, arts patrons, and donors to fund or sponsor building elements of the hub and equipment supplies needed for each of the art forms. Very lastly, I think the location for this arts hub is, they're thinking of the old Central Peel School. I was thinking on a much larger scale, using an industrial building like the Bacardi building as an example, where a large space can be divisible into multiple required spaces. And in conclusion, I know the city likes to consult a lot of independent firms and individuals, and I really hope that you consult from the Brampton community and seek out the artists and specialists in each of these art forms. And if set up efficiently, I believe the hub, if it's run properly as a business, will garner profits for the city, all the artists involved, and give back to the community. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. We do have a few people on the board. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Jade, for your presentation today and for taking up the offer to delegate to Council. When you and I chatted in my office, we spoke about the need for diversity and for voices from different art forms to be heard and be part of the coalition discussion, because we all brought up our concern about it not being representative of the true arts community in Brampton. So thank you for sharing all of your ideas today. You could look at the different aspects, like the DJ booth studio, the film studio, the set design, all of those pieces, when you look at your ideas, really have a significant impact on the economy, the local economy in Brampton. And you could suddenly see how and why the arts community contributes so much GDP to a local economy. And this is, again, the importance of diversifying arts representation in Brampton, which does exist based on your video. I mean, you were on Ellen. What's that? That's crazy. One other thing I want to point out, which was not well represented in the coalition discussion, was your emphasis on youth. Last week, we passed again a motion to talk about the systemic issues, especially for youth violence in the city, and opportunities in the arts, a DJ booth, a music studio, a set
It'll keep a lot of
design.
kids busy and off the streets for sure.
Yeah, it makes a huge, huge difference. So if you can share with me how, just the question, I guess, is how is it that we can get young people, if something like this happens, young people involved and choose something like this versus guns and gangs on the streets of Brampton? Have you experienced that, for example, in your...
I mean, art plays a role in our lives every day. I mean, think of what we do when we're sad. Most of us listen to music to make us feel better. We engage in our favorite television show or pop in a movie or listen to a comedy show. Arts plays a huge role in our lives and how we express ourselves. So opening a center like this where there's accessibilities for you to partake in these types of activities, even from being able to write and record a song or being able to meet up with friends and create a dance routine or become a DJ and make beats, it's huge. It gives them an alternative way to express themselves articulatively, artistically, and in a positive way. So if you're establishing something like this, this is huge for youth to do.
Thank you. And, you know, certainly as we move forward in establishing the Arts Council and the Future Arts Hub, we definitely want to keep hearing from you and your ideas. And so I'd like to refer this back to staff to consider the ideas in this particular delegation moving forward in the arts community. But also, you know, I was speaking with Al yesterday together with David Smuter about the communication piece and doing our outreach to our young people to let them know that things like this exist in our city, that there are mentors in our city who want to harness the energy and inspiration that they have in these sorts of activities. So I'm going to refer it back to staff. That is a motion, and thank you, Jade, for coming today.
Thank you, Santos, and we'll go on to Mayor Brown. And just a reminder that these are questions to the delegation.
Sound good?
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jade, for this, for your passion. I had a chance to visit her academy, and it really is incredible what you're doing. It's a Brampton success story. In terms of the Arts Hub, there's a lot of excitement behind that, and I thought maybe it'd be appropriate to get the Al Menzies to give us a bit of an update on where we are on the Arts Hub, because there's a lot of progress actually happening on that, and I think there's a staff report coming to council very soon.
Through the chair, in response to the mayor, absolutely correct. There's a lot of work happening behind the scenes in regards to the establishment of an arts hub. Part of the process will involve some direct engagement as the delegate has requested. It's something that's top of mind for us, is to really communicate and reach out to the Brampton community and the arts community and really get all the input and the diversity that's required to make some of the best decisions. We're going to finalize all of those identified programming elements, and then we will be coming back to council shortly in regards to some options for council's consideration and moving this initiative forward. But it's something that's got a lot of traction right now, and it's something that we expect will have positive news in the coming months.
Now, Al, are you able to, is the location been publicly disclosed? A little bit of history behind that?
Through the chair, so the delegate did mention a little bit during her speech, one of the options being considered right now is the conversion of our central public school to become an arts hub. I'm not sure, based on all of the various exciting opportunities that were presented here, that the actual location would be big enough. But I think it's something that, based on the discussions that we can have with the delegate and with the arts community in general, it's something that I believe Central Public School will form part of an overall solution going forward.
Okay, thank you, Al. And just to say, I don't think you're going to need to twist any arms here. My sense is that everyone in council is excited to really put a lot of energy behind the arts, and just like Councillor Santos said, this gets young people off the streets. It changes their lives. When I meet with business leaders trying to bring them to Brampton, the first thing that they ask is, tell us about your arts, tell us about your culture. So it's integral to not just the wellness of the city, but the economic success of the city. And so I just wanted to say I appreciate your passion, and we can't wait to work with you on this.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, and we're going to go to Councillor Williams now.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Hi, Jay. We have a weird kind of connection. My son, who danced for like 10 years, danced at a studio that also did hip hop, and we would compete against each other. You guys were always stiff competition. Your dances were so amazing.
Thank you.
But yeah.
Sorry, you got off the board. So
I did? But you heard me though, right?
No, I heard you.
Yeah. My buttons.
You're on? All right.
So anyway, I've always had tremendous respect for the work you've done and how you've engaged youth and how far you've been able to bring Brampton talent out there and Toronto talent out there. I know you've also do a lot of work with the Raptors, right? Mm-hmm. And so those little kids that people see during the halftime show, you choreograph those dances?
Yeah, so the custom created halftime shows, I do, yes.
It's awesome. So I'm just wondering, because you are an inspiration for a lot of young entrepreneurs in Brampton, and I know you didn't want to touch on some of the barriers to success, but I'm wondering if you can share with us some of the barriers that you had establishing your business in Brampton.
I think Brampton has really come to a point where they're understanding the importance of arts and culture as it relates to economic development, and when I first started 13 years ago, that wasn't the thing. So the adversity I had was people not taking me seriously because they were like, oh, you're the dancer. I was introduced as the dancer, not the entrepreneur, not the business owner, as the dancer. And I remember in 2012 when Brampton had its first Creative Economy Summit, I actually had to let people know, okay, I run a business. Kids don't magically follow me down the street and into my studio. The money that their parents pay for their classes doesn't fall off the tree and into my account. Mm-hmm. I really had to explain, with my business, I have the same financial, human resources management, marketing, advertising responsibilities as any other business. So that has improved now, but there's still a lot of work to do in that area, especially, like I said, there's more young people like me that run up into those obstacles when it comes to the arts. And then in general, just taking young people seriously, that they have potential. And I referenced that in my presentation because the adversity we often face is when I come with a group of young ones to perform, they go, oh my God, kids, like youth, ooh, what can they do? Do I have to worry about them fooling around? And it's more belief that youth can do amazing things, and there's a lot of potential there. So it's just a mindset change, I think, in just terms of recognizing the talent and potential that exists within Brampton.
Great, thanks. So I'm also wondering with, I know there's a long list of, through you, Chair, to staff, a long list of suggested pieces that could go very well for the hub. I'm wondering about a collaboration with the school boards and how we can help, bring some of that work in to encourage the schools to help support some of this.
Oh, for sure. Like the opportunities for partnerships and collaborations on multiple levels is huge. From, like I have it in my presentation as well, you can have your professional run programs for the artist. The city can work together with artists to provide programming for the community, and we can leverage that into the school system as well, where schools and classes can take trips to this art hub and have experiences as well. Like the possibilities are huge.
Thank you so much for coming, and I hope we can continue to have that collaborative work. I think you bring such a wealth of knowledge, and also the impact that you have for the young community or young entrepreneurs, and encouraging them to see their vision through and grow a business. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for coming here to delegate. You did a good job on your presentation. I wanted to also highlight the fact that some artists have reached out to me, and they've highlighted very similar concerns that you had in your presentation regarding a previous delegation by the Arts Council. So I just wanted to state that for the record as well, that the concern is across different professions, different types of artists, across diverse backgrounds, but there is a lot of concern about that direction. And I met with numerous artists, and they've relayed some of those concerns. And secondly, I actually had a question similar to Councillor Williams. Do you work with the school boards and libraries? Because some of the assets you highlighted that the city could pursue do exist in like recording studios or at one of the libraries. School boards have certain assets as well, very similar to that. So do you work with them or?
It's all about access. So I remember when I first wanted to rent out within the school board, I wanted to have a Christmas holiday recital. And this was my first 2 years of the studio. And they were like, oh, what style of dance is it? And I'm like, hip hop. And they're like, oh, well, don't you need security? You know, those were the kind of things that I got hit with in the beginning that was discouraging. The one time I did rent out a school for about 3 hours just to work on we had a really big production that didn't fit within my studio. It cost $400, you know, and so that has been my experience with trying to rent out facilities within the school board. That's been, again, access. I am aware of the recording studio in the library, and I've been told that, again, it's just the access. You have to take, I think, like a 2-hour workshop, and then the workshop is not always readily available. And then it's also the quality of the recording studio is not up to par with what artists can find maybe in Toronto or other neighboring municipalities. So it's about having more spaces, more quality spaces, and then reasonable access at affordable prices.
Yeah. No, it's good to hear from the artist side because we hear different sides sometimes. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Singh. And there's actually, I was just reading an article in Newark, New Jersey, where they open up the schools and they allow the kids to come in, and there's all different activities. And so a lot of them gravitate towards the production of music, band practice, etc., and all that. So it just really kind of relates to everything you were saying. These kids, they just want to do something, but they need somewhere to do it. And so I think that the ideas that you brought today are really good. And I know that Councillor Santos has moved the staff consideration of the ideas you presented today. And so is there any more language that we need, or just refer to staff, right? And so thanks so much for coming. Moved by Councillor Santos. All in favor? That carries. Thanks so much, AJ.
Thank you, and I'm here. I'm really ready to work on this and continue to, so hit me up anytime. All right,
Appreciate
thank
that.
you.
Thanks. So we're going to move on to the next delegation, 5.7, from James Nguyen, Public Relations, from the Vietnam Veterans Association of Ontario, regarding flying of the heritage and freedom flag. Thank you, and you have 5 minutes.
I think we have the video.
Sure, we'll begin as soon as it's up.
On April 30th, 1975, the fall of the city of Saigon marked the end of the Vietnam War and the start of a refugee crisis. Millions of Vietnamese fled their homes seeking refuge and freedom, with many trying to escape across the South China Sea in small, leaky boats. Canada recognized the plight of the Vietnamese and immediately accepted thousands of refugees. In July 1979, the Government of Canada, under Prime Minister Joe Clark, announced that it would admit 50,000 boat people. By the end of 1980, Canada had accepted more than 60,000 Vietnamese refugees, many of whom were sponsored by Canadian families and private organizations. For their contributions, the people of Canada were awarded the Nansen Medal by the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees in 1986. This marked the only time the medal has been awarded to an entire nation. A message from the Government of Canada.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. You have there the Heritage and Freedom flag. So this will be the first time in Brampton's history, and this picture will go worldwide, that the City of Brampton and its councillors and City Council will be wearing the Heritage and Freedom flag. So you honor myself and our community. Good morning, Mayor Brown and distinguished councillors. My name is James Nguyen, and I am speaking on behalf of the Vietnam Veterans Association of Ontario. First of all, I want to recognize some of the members of the Veterans Association who are in the audience today. There's 3 of them. They are former lieutenants and captains of the South Vietnamese Army who fought alongside the U.S. Army against the northern invaders of the communist regime. I stand in front of you here very grateful of your courageous leadership on passing the motion to have the Heritage and Freedom flag fly at Ken Williams Square this upcoming Saturday on April 20th. We are honored to have you recognize the Vietnamese Canadian community, whereby the vast majority of us were former boat refugees or descendants of boat refugees. Many of you probably remember the plight of the Vietnamese boat refugees in the late 70s and early 80s. I came to Canada about 38 years ago, and 28 of those years I lived in the region of Peel. I am a proud Canadian and indebted to this great country for opening its arms to not only my family, but other countless Vietnamese boat refugees who came here with nothing but the shirts on their backs and the memories of the country they left behind. When we first came to Canada, many of us were scared and frightened as we had no friends nor family to rely on. However, due to the generosity of many Canadians, we quickly assimilated and eventually thrived in our newly adopted country. It is my hope that the young generation from all backgrounds would be able to learn the significance and history of the Vietnamese boat refugees. As I mentioned earlier, in the audience today, we have several veterans of the Vietnam War. After the war, many of them were imprisoned or forced to flee Vietnam because of their military service with the South Vietnamese Army. Many of them first settled here in the lovely city of Brampton in the late 70s and early 80s. Mr. Kevin Lee, he actually came here in 1979 and has not left Brampton, so he's been here for 40 years. Countless Vietnamese Canadians throughout the years have given back to their respective cities, including our beautiful city of Brampton. For myself and my good friends in the Vietnamese community, 3 years ago, we decided to pay it forward and formed a group called Vietnamese Canadians for Lifeline Syria. We all saw the horrors of the civil war in Syria on TV and in the newspaper. Our community knew what these desperate souls were going through and wanted to do something impactful. Our goal was to raise money and sponsor the Syrian refugee families. In a span of 6 months, we collectively raised close to $140,000, and because of that, we were fortunate to sponsor 4 Syrian refugee families. I am happy to report that all 4 families are here in Canada and are very thankful for the generosity of our country. This is just one of many examples of what average Canadians are doing every day in cities like Brampton and across the country. Before I conclude my delegation, I want to especially thank my good friend, Mayor Patrick Brown, on leading this motion. Our community has worked with you very closely in the past 5 years through the ups and downs, and we look forward to many more years of fruitful community building with not only yourself, but the rest of City Council. Once again, I thank the City Council of Brampton on recognizing the contributions of the Vietnamese community of Brampton and for allowing our community to raise the heritage and freedom flag. I hope to see all of you there this upcoming Saturday, and I was told that it will be the biggest flag raising in Brampton thus far, so we're expecting a few hundred people. So thank you once again, City Council, and I'm not asking for anything, but if there's any questions, I'm more than welcome to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thanks, James. We do have Mayor Brown on the board.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for the presentation, and what a beautiful sight to see all of council wearing the yellow Journey to Freedom scarf. I had the chance to be in the provincial legislature when every MPP a few years ago had a similar display, and it was a beautiful day at Queen's Park, and it's so nice to see this replicated here as a sign of love and friendship with the Vietnamese community. A lot of people may not know how large the Vietnamese community has now become in Brampton and in Peel region. Could you give council an estimate of the size of the Vietnamese community now in Brampton?
So the last census I saw was 2016, and I always find these censuses to underestimate the number of people. So, for example, in Mississauga, they say there's 15,000, but it's actually a lot higher than that, because when a lot of the Vietnamese refugees came to Canada, their ancestry is Chinese. But then, so they have Chinese last names, and some of them, they will Vietnamese-nize their last names because they lived in Vietnam. So I would say and I think in Brampton they said something like 5,000, but that's grossly underestimated, I know that. So in region of Peel, I would say between 25 and 30,000. Traditionally, when we came to Canada, we came from a horrors of war, so we try not to get involved in politics and government and civil engagement because we're just scared, right? But I just noticed in the last 5 years, especially under your leadership, Mayor Brown, when you were in provincial government and you invited the community to come to the legislature for some events, we've become more active, and we started working a lot with the city of Mississauga, sponsoring a lot of their events, some of our community leaders and business leaders, and I have encouraged them to get involved more with Brampton. My family lives in Brampton, my brothers and sisters, and there's a lot of Bramptonians. And whenever you have community events, feel free to contact us. We actually started 2 new associations, the Vietnamese Brampton Association and the Vietnamese Seniors Association. The Veterans is based in Brampton here, so you're going to see us coming out to a lot of Brampton-related events.
Now, James, the Buddhist temple, the Vietnamese Buddhist temple, I think it's on Queen Street.
Correct.
When I've gone there, I've been so impressed by the celebration of the culture, but also the turnout. And so maybe would it be possible to send an invitation to council for the next time there's a major event at the Buddhist temple?
Sure. And I would be more than happy to do that. And I saw that the Chinese had their New Year festival, the Festival of the Pig this year, and I promise Mayor's staff that the Vietnamese will have a similar one next year, bigger than the Chinese community. We actually have a bigger one in Mississauga City Hall this past year, and they tend to be small events because it's a weekday event, but we actually outdid the Chinese festival. So we look forward to doing that with you folks next year.
Well, James, I'm grateful for that, because I noticed, despite having this large Vietnamese community in Brampton, they tended to go to events in Mississauga, and I think it's wonderful that we're going to have an opportunity where they can celebrate the community here locally. And just going around, I've noticed there's a Vietnamese tennis club, there's all these different associations. They're involved in the community, but it's great that we're going to have this recognition of the community in the city. One last thing that I'd appreciate updating council on, given there was an attempt to sort of wipe out the history of South Vietnam and the adversity of the boat people, 60,000 people. And we haven't got into it today, but we will on Saturday. But the amount of people who perished coming to Canada, you read the stories. I've read one book on the ordeal coming from Vietnam. in the midst of a horrible civil war, coming to Canada, and people, the amount of people who lost their lives on this journey to freedom, it really is part of Canadian history. And your association, I understand, worked with the city of Mississauga to create a Saigon Park. Maybe you could let us know about that, why it was important to the community, and maybe that's something we can investigate here as well.
Well, a few years ago, myself and our group called the Saigon Park Working Group, we met with Mayor Bonnie Crombie, and we worked with Councillor Karen Parrish, because she had a very big influence with the temple that was built years ago on Kennedy and Traders. And so our group went to the mayor and said, you know, we are very vibrant now, we're up and coming, and you know, somehow, lo and behold, the storm water pond that was being built on Matherson, right by the Peel District School Boards, right? And we really lucked out. We were going to get a park, but we didn't know it was going to be 8.7 acres. So the park is going to be officially launched on October 5th. I would love to have some of you guys attend, and one of the things we like to do is replicate some of that stuff, especially in the city of Brampton. And like you were saying, Mayor Brown, a lot of Bramptonians, unfortunately, they attend other events around GTA, and they've been telling me, like Mr. Kevin Lay, he's been living here 40 years, and he's been saying, how come we don't ever have any events in Brampton for the Vietnamese community, you know? Like, because Brampton is such a rich, like, cultural diversity, and it's a shame, and I know most of you have eaten pho, so one day I would love to have a taste of Vietnam, and for you folks to come out and try some of the beautiful delicacies of what our country has to offer, and just make this great city richer, more diverse, and more beautiful in my mind, right?
And we have some great Vietnamese businesses in
Yes.
Brampton now.
Yeah.
And the name Saigon, the city is now called Ho Chi Minh, but it's a part of their history. So that was a beautiful thing the city of Mississauga did.
Yeah,
And so thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Do you want to?
Should we do a group photo with the scarves? Yeah.
Okay, can we?
Yeah, well, we're all going to come up.
Okay. Sorry. Abu, come on. This will be on the front page of the Vietnamese community's newspaper, so be on your best behavior, guys. Push the button, Jeff. Thank you so much. Thank you, councilors. If you have time this Saturday, please come by. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
So, Mayor Brown, you want to move receipt of the delegation? Thank you so much. So, Mayor Brown has moved receipt of the delegation. All in favor? Thank you so much. James, thanks so much, and to everybody from the Vietnamese community for coming down today. So we're going to move on in the agenda to the delegation 5.8 from Asama Vesna, the president and vice chancellor of Algoma University. And we're also going to bring up item 6.2.2 as well. Sorry, go ahead.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone.
Sorry, do you need 5 minutes or you need
Just
more?
5 minutes is
All right.
fine. Thank you for the opportunity to be back with you today. On behalf of the university, Kathy Denomi, the director of the school, and I would like to start by thanking Mayor Brown, the city councilors, and the economic development and planning departments for all of the support you have shown around the expansion of the Algoma University School of Business and Economics in Brampton's downtown. The support has been tremendous and it is appreciated. As I reflect over the past year, I can't help but think of this project as a wonderful example of what happens when a team comes together in partnership around a common vision and a common goal. Preparing for today's proposal would not have been possible without this city's 2040 vision and mayor and council's support. Thank you. In the past 4 weeks, since our last meeting with you, we have worked with our architect, LaBelle Boulian, to complete concepts, some preliminary design work, and costings for the proposal that is before you today in your package. This will fast-track the project, so if approved by council, the final classroom renovations and external facade of the School of Business can be completed this summer and will provide for growth to 500 students in the 2019-20 school year, providing an overall estimated economic impact to the City of Brampton of approximately $12 million. We are also completing a formal economic impact study through MZ and are on track to have preliminary numbers before staff in May. We want to acknowledge the collaboration with the city staff, particularly the leadership and effort, support and encouragement of Paul Aldinate and Denise McClure, as well as their teams. Kathy and I have come in person today to respond to any final questions councillors may have before making a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, and we do have a few speakers. Councillor Willen, questions for the delegation?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in again. It's wonderful. I'm not going to move the report. I'll let the area councillors do that, but I'm in full support of it. I just have a question, though, perhaps that since Algoma was originally, the original site is on the Chinguacousy Indian School up in Sault Ste. Marie, is it possible down the road that you can look at perhaps through some kind of I guess a cultural, through maybe cultural or history, to introduce a course here that may deal with the Indigenous people of Brampton, or not Indigenous people of Canada rather, because I know you're close with them up in Sault Ste. Marie. It just because 5% of the population are of Indigenous descent, 7% of the under 14 are from Indigenous people, and it's just they give so much. Like there's so much culture, there's so much history. They come back. I mean, I think they dated back 15,000 years or 16,000 years. They came across the Ice Age when the ice started melting. They came to Canada and worked their way down to the east. So is there a possibility down the road? I'm not talking right now because I know you have some exciting courses coming up, and it's tough to fit them all in. But that would be something that Algoma may look at, maybe at the Brampton campus.
We would love to do that. There's actually quite a connection here that, and another time maybe I'll share that story, but Chief Chinguacousy is actually the chief who envisioned the school in the first place as a teaching wigwam, and he has a connection through the War of 1812 to this area. Okay. So I think bringing that history forward as part of a course would be incredible. I will share with you that we are emerging now as a national leader in reconciliation as a university. As you mentioned, the university does house Chinguacousy Hall, which was it is one of the former residential schools in Canada. So we have a very rich history on the site in Sault Ste. Marie. We would love to share our knowledge and understanding and the truth of the history of Canada through a program here. We are also doing a lot of work with community partners right now, so they work with us and we design programs to meet the needs of those community partners. One would be the Sault Ste. Marie City Police. So we're in the process of taking every single one of their employees through a 4-day intensive cross-cultural training session to understand Indigenous culture, but also understand who the people were before that residential schools experience, what happened during the residential schools experience, and what they aspire to become as a people moving forward. It's a very exciting journey. The culture is so rich. I was thinking about what I heard this morning about the multiculturalism and what's sort of coming to fruition for Brampton. I think this could be a beautiful addition to that vision.
No, thank you. I think it would too. Great, thank you.
Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you again for coming in to present. Obviously, Councillor Vicente and I, we both support this report as well as the recommendations in it, and happy to hear that. Thank you to staff for working hard to get to this point today. And so I will move forward the motion to receive the report and accept the recommendations in the report. But also, I just have one question. So I know when I toured the space, was it already last month, a few weeks ago? We were looking at the space next door where the Brampton Theatre group is currently located. Have there been discussions or consideration as to where they may be moving to if Algoma is then expanding into that particular space?
Thank you, Councillor Santos.
It's a question.
Oh, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, in answer to the councillor's question, we are actively looking at moving the theatre staff to some other space in the downtown. It will either be located some other another municipal building in the downtown, or perhaps a privately owned space closer to the theatre, because I know there is a desire for the theatre staff to still remain in proximity to the theatre itself.
Great, thank you. I just want to highlight that it would probably be great if the theater group was close to the theater. So that particular location, the former TELUS building, I think it is, would be a perfect spot for them if we could work that out. But I'm hoping that my council colleagues will support the recommendations in this report, and we look forward to what will be happening in the summer.
Thank you to Councillor Santos, who got the memo to wear purple today. Yes. We got Councillor Fortini now.
Thank you. Thank you through the chair. And yes, I will support this. My question is to staff. Last time we were talking about a sign. Have we worked on the sign and permits and waiving all that and helping them out more?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are working on that steadily, and I know that their architect is currently in the process of doing a whole facade design, and the part of that includes the signage. As soon as we get more details, we're going to be working with our sign permit team to make that come to fruition.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. So receipt of the delegation and the recommendations have been moved by Councillor Santos. And so all in favor? That carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, sure is.
So we moved the report and the delegation, right? We're good. So we do have 5.9 remaining for the delegations. There's an added delegation from Eduardo Vieira in regards to the Lusofonia Festival. Thank you, Eduardo. Welcome, and you do have 5 minutes.
Oh, it's going to be less. Good morning, Mayor Brown and the councils. The Lusofonia Festival, we did 2017 in the city of Brampton. We done that last year because the downtown Brampton is supposed to be on construction, and no, that is not happened. But we are here back. The Lusofonia Festival, it's involvement of all the countries who speak Portuguese, Portuguese speaking. And we did 2017. The festival, it's to celebrate the Portugal Day and the Father's Day. So we're going to do one day, and we decided to do the 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, the June 15 and June 16. And because I do the Saturday, and what I'm here for is I like to present first the video. I have a video what we did 2017 to give more idea what it, and then I can continue to my. The video is short, 3 minutes or something.
Following the success of its debut in 2017, Chinguacousy de Manhã Canada once again proudly presents its Lusofonia Festival. The second edition of the event will take place this summer in Brampton's Garden Square, this time across 2 days. This cultural celebration gives members of Portuguese-speaking communities a chance to explore their roots, while giving those of other backgrounds a taste of what it means to be Lusophone. Aside from Portugal, countries like Angola, Brazil, Macau, Mozambique, and others each have Portuguese as an official language, granting them a spot at this year's event. The Lusofonia Festival is designed to highlight the cultural diversity that immigrants make a point of preserving, despite having integrated into Canadian life. The celebration of culture is a priority of those who speak Portuguese, connected not only by language, but history to the mother nation, Portugal. The Lusofonia Festival is one of many cultural events organized by the same group of professionals responsible for the concerts of Tony Carreira, Roberto Carlos, Leonardo, Paula Fernandes, and Zezé de Camargo y Luciano, among others, with massive audiences in venues such as the Pearson Convention Center and Powerade Center in Brampton, the Hershey Center in Mississauga, as well as the Sony Center, Queen Elizabeth Theatre, and Massey Hall in Toronto. The second Lusofonia Festival will feature a Portuguese flag-raising ceremony at City Hall, as well as musical presentations with singers and bands from various countries, a folkloric festival exhibiting traditional arts and crafts, a business fair displaying products and services of Luso-Canadian companies, and a gastronomic feast with the most delicious dishes associated with each country. Take note, our invitation extends to all ethnicities, beyond just members of Portuguese-speaking communities. We welcome all of Ontario to join us at this year's Lusofonia Festival and contribute to the development of both culture and business in the city of Brampton. At Chinguacousy de Manhã Canada, we recognize the importance of economic partnerships and are eager to contribute to Brampton's already booming economy through this event, promoting Brampton BIA on the provincial and national stages. This year's Lusofonia Festival will serve as a dynamic and informative addition to the city's already vibrant cultural and fiscal mosaic. Come and see what we have to offer.
So this is what we did 2017. 2018, of course, we're going to do better. And our goal is to later on to use the park with more bigger venues. The way we're going, it's what a potential what we want to do. because I'm doing Saturday, because it's a lot of expenses, what I ask the councils, it's to waive the rental fees and the fees of Garden Square. That's what I'm asking for.
Thank you. And we do have some speakers. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to say how proud I am to be able to join my fellow Portuguese descendant councillor to support your request here today. I'd like to move for staff to report back to council on the feasibility of the request of the delegation. The Portuguese language is one of the most spoken languages around the world, and when we talk about a Lusophonia festival, it doesn't just touch upon those people who are descendants directly of Portugal, but of Brazil and many other countries where Portuguese is the dominantly spoken language. And having seen the Lusophonia festival that you put on in the years before, it was incredibly successful, very well attended. And thanks to your reach through your media organization, Correio da Manhã Television, you have a potential to really bring in a lot of people from outside Brampton to enjoy this weekend. Can you speak to council on how you plan to promote this festival through your various media outlets?
Okay, so we have a newspaper, the biggest Portuguese newspaper. It goes all over Ontario and Quebec twice a week. It's published Tuesdays and Fridays. Also, we got Sense magazine. It's a magazine that goes every month. We have a 24-hour channel. It's a TV channel on Bell 5. And we have in CTTV every Sunday, 11:30. We have all over Canada our program, and Bermuda, also in Bermuda you can see my program. So this is the media you can support of this festival. And so our goal is to bring big artists also in the future and can bring all the people around Ontario and Quebec to come and enjoy with us. And our idea is to help downtown Brampton, especially that 2 days, for the people to know what is Brampton and work together. Because I do a lot of things for the city. You guys don't see, but I do a lot of things for the city, for all of you too. And because we talk this, I want to welcome to all of you to come to my studio. We have a studio in Brampton. It's on Tolbram and Steel, our studio. It's a very professional studio, and you guys can come. We can. I think it's good because we are here in Brampton. And I want to just add something I want to do. You know what happened in Mozambique. So in that 2 days, I'm sorry, because I'm a little bit emotional. Okay, I'm going to stop for a second. So in that 2 days, there's going to be some people from Mozambique. We're going to receive donations for them. So.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in today. It's unfortunately the dates of this festival. I will be out of town on Father Fishing Weekend, but I know that speaking with Councillor Medeiros, it was a very successful festival in the past, and I'd like to really thank our staff for recognizing that. There was a couple of festivals that were sort of disrupted because we weren't sure what we were doing downtown, and now that we've got that settled up, I'm glad the staff was able to work with the different groups to, because this is a significant festival in our downtown, and we really welcome you down here. And you've been a big part of our community for a long, long time. Me being born and raised here in Brampton, there was a lot of Portuguese community around my neighborhood growing up, so it's very, very nice for you to come in, and I look forward to it. I know it'll be a successful event.
All together we can do things fantastic for the city, and this is what Mayor Brown and everything, all together we can do a lot of things. The city needs to do it. And to involve, my thing is also in TV, it's to involve the new generation, involve the kids and stuff.
Thank you, Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Chair, and Eduardo, thank you for your interest in Brampton. Obviously, a very well-respected leader in the Portuguese-Canadian community across the country. The fact that you're willing to invest your time and energy into celebrating the Portuguese culture in Brampton, I think we're very lucky. The video you showed before shows how popular it was, and you get the sense of that going around the city, how popular an event like this will be. There's a proud Portuguese-Canadian community, and I'm pretty honored that in our city council we have Councillor Marta Medeiros and Councillor Paul Vicente, 20% of our city council. That's that might be a record in Canada, and they're both stars on our city council, and they had a chance to arrange a meeting where I was able to sit down with you, and I can't wait to attend. But I do have one question. I saw the musical celebration. Councillor Medeiros tells me he's a great singer. Is there a way to give him the stage for a bit to share his voice?
Yeah. Brown, we can allow him to sing right now, actually.
Yes, I can do that.
So thanks so much for your comments, Mayor Brown. We're going to move on to Councilor Medeiros.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Eduardo. I think everyone around the table really recognize how important your contribution is. I guess I have two comments. One would be to staff. One thing that is interesting, which I know just because I read the newspaper, is since I got elected in 2014, his newspaper, his media, they really, and not just because of me, but the collaboration, the investments, where not only did he move his business to Brampton, but there's weekly reports. Because we're looking at maybe providing some support, be it waiving of fees, or I know he did receive some grant money that you're going to have to maybe deduct or whatever, maybe as also as an incentive for other organizations when they come to us, is what is it in for the city of Brampton? And I think because of the media that we get from it, there might be an opportunity, maybe staff as part of the report, on how we can leverage his media to maybe not only promote the event, but maybe highlight and promote some aspects of Brampton as sort of that return on investment, and so that the city of Brampton also benefits from further promotion and so on. If he has the TV and newspaper, maybe there might be some collaboration that we can do so that we get some benefit, not only from the community in economic development, but also some advertising out of this, and I think that would be great. Second, I just want to inform my colleagues as well, and Councillor Vicente and myself met with Eduardo to also talk about Caragram. Unfortunately, the Portuguese organization in Brampton did not want to or chose not to participate in Caragram this year. So as of Eduardo's interest in supporting the community, we reached out to him to see if he'd be participating in Caragram, and he's shown interest in to participate in Caragram, so he's come to our aid as well as to ensure that there's a Portuguese presence during the Caragram. So I just want to recognize that you're always willing to collaborate with our city, and I really appreciate your investments in the municipality.
I'm here to work together.
Yeah.
This is the way we go so far.
Thank you. So I believe Councillor Vicente had moved a referral back to staff.
Can we just, sorry, through the chair, staff, would it be possible? Oh, would it be possible to bring it back to council as of next week, or would you need more time? Sorry? Oh, okay, that's fine then. So that's possible. Thank you.
So there is a motion on the floor. Sorry, there's a referral. All in favor? Carries. Thank you so much, Eduardo, for coming by. So that was item 5.9 of the delegations. Right, and we're going to bring Councilor Fortini's item. Right, so it's item 9.3.1 we're going to bring forward. So can you just tell us what the discussion item was?
Through you, Mr. Chair, 9.3.1 was a discussion item at the request of Councilor Fortini regarding future space requirements for the Brampton Sports Hall of Fame.
Councilor Fortini?
Thank you through Chair. I remember last week when we had our delegation Dean Sports Hall of Fame. He's been complaining about there's no room in the Sports Hall of Fame for him at CAA, and they're storing a lot of stuff at their homes, and it's been 20 years he's been trying to get a spot, so I wanted to send this back to staff and see how we could find a spot for him if they can. I know it's been a long time, and maybe, if we can find, he says he needs about 4,000 to 5,000 square feet of wall space. We can put in maybe the rec centers or somewhere. And my second one is, when we give these awards, I think it's part of the Brampton Guardian, also have the Ken Giles award given out also. Be part of that discussion.
Through the chair, I mean, if it's direction to staff, we will certainly work with the group and try to identify options for council's consideration. I will share with council that as recent as 2015, staff did do a bit of a study in regards to a feasibility study. We met with the group. We identified some of the actual requirements that they were looking for, so this won't be overly burdensome. We can bring something back sooner rather than later with council's for council's consideration with options to consider.
Okay. And I know Councillor Wellens and Councillor Bowman sits on the Sports Hall of Fame, so they could be part of that. Maybe these new rec centers we're building coming up, Big Park. We could add an extra 4,000. Anyway, I'll leave it up to you, and I see Councillor Wellens is speaking on it. So they're the two councillors on it, and hoping they can help out too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Fortini, for bringing this forward. Just quickly, Al, I seem to recall when we took over the Sports Hall of Fame as a municipally run committee, Sports Hall of Fame was run independently, and there was a sum of money left from, I believe it was it Coates? No, it wasn't Coates. It was left by a former sports lacrosse guy, and I think that money is put aside somewhere, and I believe that money was to go toward. But check with probably Dean McLeod, like he would know the history on that. But I think there's some money put aside that we put into trust fund, and I think that money was to go to expansion of the Sports Hall of Fame or the resurrection of a new building. I think it was specifically meant for that.
So through the chair, as part of our research and due diligence, we'll investigate that and bring that back as part of the report.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there's a referral back to staff for a report back and for consideration on the future space requirements. But Councillor Fortini also mentioned something about the Ken Giles Award.
Yeah, I think it's misconnected, sorry, through the chair. It was connected through the Brampton Garden that we give it out. Maybe look into that as if we can start giving that out again, because it did come up once and then we stopped.
All right, so Commissioner Medicis is okay with that. So is everybody okay with the referral? Okay, so all in favor? That carries. And so just to council, it's 11:50 right now. We're completed the delegations. And if there's a will to go on break now for lunch, or do you guys want to chug on? So I'm hearing break. So we can take a lunch break, and we'll be back at, Councillor Bowman wants to say something?
Yeah, that's what I was going to go on the board for. There's only one item left in 6. And maybe if we take care of that item, then all the items in number 6 are taken care of.
All right, I'll move it. So is there any questions in regards to the item? Michael's. So Councillor Paleski has moved it. All in favor? Carries. So, Councillor, question period. No questions? All right, so public question period. Does anybody from the public have questions? No questions? And so that concludes economic development. And so we're going to take a break right now. And so I'm just looking around at how long do you guys want to?
1:45? 12:45?
So I'm hearing 12:45, so we'll resume at 12:45.
Corporate services section. Looks like we have a staff presentation, 7.1 on procurement by Mr. McIntyre.
This is the little thing here, okay. Through you, Chair, Mayor, Council, I'm here to provide a procurement update, and I want to thank you for your time. So first, I'm going to share some of the unique requirements of public sector procurement, and then how we look to council and the important role you play in supporting the procurement function. I'll give you a high-level overview of procurement at the city, an update on our vendor strategy, and modernization efforts. So, managing risk through the lens of public sector procurement is critical in maintaining trust and confidence in the expenditure of public funds. And risk is managed through a number of factors, as you can see there: legislative compliance, open market specs, fair evaluation, transparency, and sound policies and procedures. So I wanted to put this slide up because for public sector procurement, it's important to understand that, unique to Canadian law, the competitive process actually creates two contracts. They're known as Contract A and Contract B. And Contract A sets out the rules that apply in a competitive process, and Contract B is the contract entered into with the successful bidder. And Contract A is formed with all compliant bidders in the process, and that means that the city has a legal contract with each of these bidders. And there are obligations for both parties under Contract A. So in our case, we must conduct a fair and open process, adhere to the terms and conditions of Contract A. We can't accept contradictory terms. We cannot make the decision to award or reject bids based on criteria that's not disclosed in Contract A. And bidders, for their part, cannot revoke or change their submissions. And subject to limited exceptions, once the evaluation process has been conducted, we must award to the lowest bidder on a tender and the highest scoring bidder on an RFP. So council plays a critical role in procurement, and foremost, you set the procurement policy, and at the city, that's through the adoption of the purchasing bylaw. And this ensures we're in legislative compliance and that we operate in a fair and transparent manner. And you also establish direction for high-value procurements. So through the budget process, Council sets the high procurement priorities, and Council also approves procurements of $1 million value and greater, as well as those with a significant risk or security concern. And staff provide Council with procurement activity reports for all contracts and contract extensions above $100,000. So Council may meet with suppliers or lobbyists, and that if they want to discuss potential goods or services that they might want to offer the city. However, lobbyists, they need to register. And there should be no lobbying of Council or staff at any time during an open procurement process. So it's really important to the integrity of the procurement process that communications are managed effectively and appropriately. And this ensures that one bidder does not have an advantage over another bidder. So we want a level playing field. And all communication during the procurement process must flow through the official point of contact, and that person is named in the bid document. So to develop the current purchasing bylaw, our aim was to deliver a policy that was outcome-focused while balancing risk. So we conducted a comprehensive review, we benchmarked with similar-sized agencies, and we sought council and stakeholder input. And the review really focused on compliance with the new trade agreements, addressing the Ombudsman's report from March of 2017, and supporting procurement modernization across the city. So the trade obligations are applicable to all municipalities in Canada. CFTA is between the province and the territories. CETA is between Canada and the European Union, and they both came into effect in 2017. And we also have the Ontario-Quebec Agreement. They're all closely aligned, and they all encourage fair and open competition, and they enforce greater transparency and disclosure. So procurement at the city falls into these kind of three streams. And the idea here is to balance risk and efficiency. So we wanted to automate the low-value transactional activity and focus our resources on the higher value-added work. So up to $25,000, no competitive process is required, and authorized staff are responsible to obtain value at a competitive price. And in most cases, they're going to use a P card at the city. And we believe the purchasing card is an efficient, low-risk tool, and we use it in a well-monitored and managed environment. For 25 to 100, it's an invitational competitive process, and that's conducted by departmental staff, and those procurements are reviewed and approved by purchasing. We're reviewing this process, and we're going to re-engineer it to leverage technology and enhance support to local business. For 100,000 and greater, it's a formal public procurement process conducted by purchasing staff. And this is through our e-bidding platform. It's called Bids and Tenders. We launched it a couple of years ago, and it's paperless. It allows vendors to view, download, and submit bids electronically. And it's also increased the visibility of city opportunities. And I should say we've had really positive feedback from our internal clients and staff, as well as the vendor community. Limited tendering, this is new terminology that was introduced in the trade agreements, so we've adopted it, but it's really formally known as sole source and single source. So it's a non-competitive process, and it's based on circumstances that are permitted in the purchasing bylaw. So our vendor management strategy has three areas of focus: vendor outreach. As I mentioned, our Bids and Tenders app has expanded our reach online. Purchasing's collaborating with the Economic Development Office to support local business. We're conducting training sessions on how to do business with the city. We've developed instructional videos. We conduct and attend vendor trade shows. And for vendor performance, the goal there is to improve project outcomes, demonstrate value for money. And for construction contracts, our project management staff have new evaluation tools to monitor and improve performance on the contracts that they're managing. And in purchasing, we've also improved our bid call documents and provisions and our selection and evaluation criteria. For vendor disqualification, we have a new policy, and it supports the suspension of vendors that consistently underperform. So our next steps, we're going to continue our journey on procurement modernization, streamlining and automating where we can. We're updating our bid documentation to make sure it's current, and our policies. And I'll put a little plug in for our reverse trade show on May the 2nd. The mayor was good enough to record a video for us, and we pushed that out on social media. We had a really good turnout last time, and we expect a better turnout this time. And with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you, James. Just quickly, I don't know if we can or we can't, maybe you can answer the question. Just couple points here, but on the, what legislation would have to be changed to change or we could award a bid based on a point system rather than the lowest bid? Keeping the lowest bid in mind, but leaning more towards local employers, local employment, Canadian-made product or North American-made product. Is there any restrictions on that from a different level of government?
So, not really. We've got the trade legislation that we've got to kind of operate within, but I can tell you that we have a lot of tools in the tool chest, from, you know, a straight tender that's bid out and you have to supply A, B, C, D mandatory, to you know, we can use the point system or different things for an RFP, and we can even have an invitational RFP. So we've kind of got a continuum of tools that we can use to select the best product or service.
It doesn't necessarily be based on price.
No, not all the time. We do RFPs where we, you know, right now we do them where it's pretty well 80% technical, and we don't even open the price until they pass a certain threshold.
Oh, okay, because when it comes coming from the private sector, when we did a lot of bids, there seemed to be a pattern when it was always the lowest bid being picked. They were the ones that were always underperforming because they missed something on the spec or they missed something in the bid. So they've always had to go back and say, are you sure that's the right bid? And then they'd always correct it, but quite often the bid, it's been closed, the tender's closed, and you're stuck. So as long as we have provision, that's good. And the second point, are we looking now more towards looking closer at the European trade agreement as opposed to the North American trade agreement? Just because we're doing so much work now with the Nordic countries, we're working closely with them on Nordic State Solutions is one company that we're working with the Morgard. Are we looking at what they're doing over there a little bit more, and maybe opening up stuff to them more? Because I think they're more receptive to dealing with Canada. I had the privilege to speak to a couple of the guys from the Nordic countries, and they're looking at Canada as being sort of the beachfront to bringing companies over here, as opposed to going to the U.S., because they're not really friends with the U.S. right now.
Yeah.
But even if they're suppliers, it could be a possibility of them coming and relocating in Canada, perhaps even in Brampton, if we start looking at some of their products. So are we looking at it a little closer?
Well, I'll try and answer your question. On the first part, with our bids and tenders application, anything over $100,000, anyone can see. So it's put on a portal. Right now, I think there's 140 municipalities just in Ontario on this portal that we use, and there's more in Canada that use it also. But there's always a language issue with Europe, so you know they really have to want to do business here, and there's also limitations to, you know, they might have to have, you know, professional engineering designations from Ontario, things like that. So
I think a lot of these, at least the ones that I've dealt with in the past, a lot of them now have those certifications for Canada, for the CSA, and for the North American standards. But would that be something that if we knew somebody that may be interested in would it be okay for us to reach out to them to say, hey, there could be possibility for you, the business, without sort of being a lobbyist type of thing?
For sure, and if there's no procurement process ongoing, it's open, like, we can talk and, get ideas
They
and,
did show some, now these were big firms and small firms, but they did show a lot of interest.
yeah.
Especially in Canada, only because our friends to the south aren't, not Mississauga, farther south, aren't being very receptive these days, so. Okay, that's great. Well, thank you.
That's why I kind of focused on the lobbyist bit, so if they register in our
Yeah.
lobbyist
Yeah, no,
registry,
yeah,
everything's fine.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, James, for the presentation. When I'm talking about page 12, the values and procurement process, up to 25,000, can you walk me through that process? I can see that it would be fairly repetitive for somebody that stayed with the same vendor to get kind of the same thing, knowing that they're still getting a good price. But is there ever a time where a refresh comes into effect where you go out, you're checking multiple companies to determine the best price and if we're still getting the value for money?
So I hope I can answer that. So for the most part, these are for one-off type buys, but we also have corporate contracts that they have to use, staff have to use before they go and do something on their own with, like for office supplies. We got at least a half a dozen contracts, but alike items that we use that they got to buy off. So we try and get the best price for those. And so we'll mine the data, and the P-Card's an excellent tool for that. So we can kind of sift through it and go, okay, we think we should do a contract for this next year or that, whatever, and get some clout.
In the 25 to 100,000 competitive invitational, how many invitations, what's the minimum amount of invitations that have to go out?
Well, we can send out, well, the minimum is 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we must have at least 3 competitive bids.
Correct.
Through the chair for clarification, it's the request for 3 invitations. Whether or not the 3 choose to provide a response is a different story.
How often does that happen?
So we normally encourage them to get more than 3, but I guess it does happen. Diane's here, so Diane's our manager of goods and services. So it would be how many?
Oh, I don't know. We haven't get back the council with that information in terms of how many exactly have come in terms of less than 3 bids being received.
But we can get that.
Okay, and what I'm kind of looking for is if we keep sending it out to the same people, but only ever receiving 1 out of the 3 or something to that effect.
Yeah, that's a good point. So what we're doing is we're reviewing that kind of stream of the procurement process to enhance technology and perhaps trying to infuse some new vendors into the system.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what I meant by supporting local business. So
yeah,
we'll try and do it that way.
Okay, good. Walk me through a little bit of non-compliant and what it means for a bidder to be non-compliant, maybe some examples.
So what's really good about our bids and tenders app is that we used to have a lot of that before. They'd miss something and they'd send it in, and then, a week later we'd be going through it and we'd find page 7 was missing or whatever. But with the new app, they need to put all the information in, or it won't save when they hit it. They won't be compliant. So now we've really noticed a reduction in non-compliant items. But it could be something like we asked for a mandatory bid bond, didn't get it. Or we asked for this level of insurance and we didn't get it. Or we said you had to have a minimum 5 years experience doing this type of building and we didn't get it. Those types of things. So it could be a myriad of different.
Okay. How do we, in streamlining the process, other than the app, and I understanding that risk is very important in any municipalities. In the private sector, it's very important too. I don't think there's one member of council that didn't talk about cutting red tape, and this is kind of one of the items on the top of how we can cut costs and save money. we know that it really costs the municipalities or the public sector more than what the private sector is able to do things for. So in streamlining our process, and we've talked about that over the number of years, and we've met and talked a little bit about it, how have we and what have we done to ensure that, you know, we maintain that competitiveness amongst the vendors that are applying for the tenders by keeping those costs down?
So process-wise, we've streamlined a lot of the internal approvals that were redundant and things like that, and we've automated paper forms and things like that. So we've sped things up internally. I mentioned the Bids and Tenders app. That's really helped with the communication with the vendors. And the second part of your question is what are we doing to encourage competition or to get a better price?
Well, we're always trying to encourage competition and get the best possible price, but internally is not really what I'm really looking for. It's great that we're streamlining that process internally, but are we listening to the vendors that are putting in the bids? Are they making requests for that tender? Are we listening and making changes in the documents? Really, they're the ones that are doing the job. And if you know, there's companies out there that really want to partner with the city of Brampton, and I guess they get on the preferred vendor list if we have one. But they really want a partnership with the city, so they're always offering up some encouraging ways on doing something and changing things. And are we listening to that? Are we implementing those? And then also now to follow up on that, if they come in under budget, what do we do in that case?
So I'll try to answer the first question. So what we're doing with the client departments is the vendors aren't shy. They'll ask questions during a process. Yep. That's why I was mentioning about the official point of contact, because we'll change things, you know, there's stuff we don't know. We don't have it perfect, that's for sure. Yeah. But we're modifying our documentation. We're trying to do that, and we're also working with our client departments on the scopes of work, because, you know, sometimes they have a better idea, and we're open to that.
Okay.
And on the latter, you want to know about
if they come in under budget.
So, are we specifically talking about the million and up level or any level?
Anything.
Okay, so if they come, so we get, budgeting for a project is kind of tough, because sometimes the budget's set a couple of years before and things change, especially with construction and IT and stuff like that. But what we do is try and give it the best estimate we can, and then it goes out, and a lot of times it'll come back, you know, that we haven't done our homework, and, you know, not a lot of times, but it'll come back that way, and we'll have to get authority. So I was mentioning about the quarterly procurement report, so we report everything on there, and, you know, there's the odd time where we might issue something we estimate it to be, you know, $700,000-800,000, and so we don't bring it to council for a begin procurement award, and it comes at $1 million or whatever, or $1.2 million or whatever, and then we're pretty well obligated to award if they've met all the criteria in that, and then we would, you know, report it in those quarterly reports.
Okay, so I guess what I'm referring to, and I can't get into too much detail because it was in camera at the region, but high level, there was a tender that went out to a company. The company ended up finding efficiencies throughout the work. They were awarded the tender, found efficiencies between them and the region, made some changes, and ended up coming in under budget. At the region, we have something in the tender where you can kind of split savings, and that's kind of where I'm getting at.
Yeah, so you're talking about when the job's been awarded?
Yes.
Yeah, so we would do that through the change orders. That's the project managers that manage that, and we would, once the project starts, there's always, especially for construction, there's going to be different things that come up. You know, you take a wall down and there's something else behind there or whatever, and you have to do that. And sometimes they'll have a better way of doing it, you know, a road or whatever, and that'll be up to the project manager to manage.
Okay, and in the past, we've talked about if they come in timeline-wise, they produce the amount of work faster than what they said it was going to be. And I think Toronto was going through this a number of years ago, or maybe even the province, where they were thinking about actually, you know, incentivizing vendors to do this, and with something back, either financial or something else. Is that something that we're looking at?
Yeah, we're definitely looking at that. So basically the kind of rule of thumb is if you're going to give some kind of bonus, if you're going to give some kind of penalty for liquidated damages or whatever, you know, not coming in on time, that you should offer some kind of an incentive for doing it quicker or faster.
Okay. Finally then, just to go back to, I would like more information on that, on the competitive invitational. Then,
For sure.
if I can get some of that information back. Also, I would like, in the slide here that seeks council approval for $1 million and more, I would like to know if we reduce that number to $750,000, what does that mean in terms of how many tenders per year would that then need to come to council for council approval?
For
so
sure.
Can I put that in a form of a motion and request that it come back?
So,
council?
No, I don't need much time, sorry.
So
Yeah.
council, next week?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And it would require, just if we were going to do that, an amendment to the purchasing bylaw, because right now it's at $1 million.
Yep.
Yeah.
so I'll let the clerk get the motion ready. In the meantime, we can go to the other two councilors, and we'll come back.
Absolutely,
Yep,
thank
okay.
you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, no problem. Councilor Vicente.
Do we ever have situations here where if an item exceeds the $25,000 threshold, that item is perhaps broken up into sections, perhaps with deliverables over time, in order so that it does not trigger the need for undergoing a procurement process?
So we're not supposed to do that. Right. What we would be doing is estimating the whole project, and that's where it would fall into those streams. So we would discourage that.
So do we have a process that's in place now to protect from that happening?
Well, I think it's in the bylaw, right? You can't artificially split contracts to get them under the different thresholds.
Sorry, through the chair. Yeah, contract splitting is prohibited under the purchasing bylaw. And there are monitoring and reporting in place through the new P-card program and through our accounts payable check requisition process that will identify some of those contract splitting.
Okay, through you, Chair. So it's not happening then at this point, given that the bylaw is in place?
Since the new bylaw...
To the best of your knowledge?
Right. Since the bylaw came into effect in March of 2018, we haven't been identified of any procurements that have been split in that manner.
Okay, thank you. Another question through you, Chair. In your opinion, and I know you mentioned that it's important for the corporation to be agile and be able to move quickly when needed. In your opinion, is the $25,000 threshold and the $100,000 threshold appropriate, or do you think that perhaps there could be an argument to be made to reduce them from the standpoint of lowering the $25,000 threshold, and also for the $100,000 threshold? That's the threshold at which you would post on the website. Are those numbers appropriate in your view?
Well, I think they're appropriate. We benchmarked with other agencies, and we went up. We raised them up, not the 100,000, but we went from 2 or 3 streams below that to 2, up to 25 to try and get that transactional. I think it was 90% of the transactions were less than $5 million. Like 90% of our activity was low. So when we did our analysis, we found that those were the right levels.
Okay. If an organization that is submitting in a proposal or responding to an RFP, if they have reason or cause for complaint, who can they go to? Is there a kind of ombudsman here at the City of Brampton where vendors can voice their concerns if they have one?
So they usually start with me, and it's regular. It happens all the time. Like we get a lot of challenges to individual procurements. Normally what we do is while the procurement's ongoing, that kind of no contact period, we tell them to, they can do it through the process, through the official point of contact. But after, our process is that they would send something in writing to me. And we give debriefs and meet with them all the time to help them improve for the next time, things like that.
Through you, Chair. And so perhaps every year, do you have the opportunity to report to council as to some of the broader complaints that you tend to handle on a regular basis? Is that in place now?
It's not. It's something that we could do, like an annual update type of thing.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the presentation. I guess just a little bit aligned with some of the questions from my colleagues. The 25,000 threshold. So the scenario I paint, and I don't know how accurate it is, and you can please correct me. So when we look at our recreational facilities, usually a recreational supervisor manages the building. So if he needs maintenance, he'll contact someone to bring them in. But we at the city also, regarding our facilities, we have facilities experts. And when they call people, they probably have more expertise on what exactly is a value for the job. So, and I guess my rationale where I'm going through this is, how do we have people who are experts around, scheduling and everything, deal with facilities maintenance? Like, I confess, Councilor Fortini probably knows a lot more about electrical work in my house than I know myself. So he can charge me whatever he wants. So I guess where I'm going is anything under 25,000, and from your experience, do our folks compare, at least call two vendors of record to get a comparison? Is this documented? Or do they just go to that one single source, that sort of bill that they usually work with, and they'll call him to come because he's been there for many years?
So specifically for recreation centers and things like that, I'll defer to Al, but I know that we have contracts for HVAC, plumbing, different things like that, then they wouldn't be calling around. It's the 25 and under is for one-off type.
Okay.
So through the chair, if I may attempt. So when we're talking about generally managing our facilities, we've got a contract administration group that actually manages about 100 contracts for preventative and demand maintenance. So in the examples you're talking about, if there's a plumbing issue, an HVAC issue, whatever the issue is, we've got blanket purchase orders that are been done competitively. The vendors, oftentimes because of the size of our organization, we've got 2 or 3 that we geographically divide the city with. And the facility operator will call the approved vendor for HVAC issues, the approved vendor for the fire panel, whatever that is, and they will bill according to what's been approved through the competitive process. So there isn't the ability to just call sort of Fortini Plumbing and ask them to come in and do some work.
But is it vendor or vendors of record?
In many cases, it's vendors, depending on
and is that
the size.
documented? Is that documented that they called the vendors of record and this is what we know the price was?
Absolutely.
And is the price the determining factor?
Through the chair, so as James had mentioned, there's a bunch of factors that go into determining how that contract gets awarded. But at the end of the day, when that vendor is called, they come in, they perform a service. The actual facility operator will confirm that the work was done, will confirm that what's actually being billed was actually done, that the work was actually performed before they sign off on the invoice for processing. So there's some real tight controls in regards to, number one, how we actually get a vendor on record, but then how we actually confirm that the work's being done and being billed appropriately based on the competitive process.
And I guess through the chair, do we have access as members of council of these type of reports of all these, I guess, the paper trail of the different work that's going on at the different rec centers, be it electrical work and that type of thing? So if we wanted to look at a file, if we picked a rec center for the last 10 years, and I wouldn't say an audit per se, but we just wanted to check who were the vendors of record. Like, that's all noted and everything.
Through the chair, yeah, absolutely. So we could go through accounts payable, depending on the vendor of record, we can go in and see for as long as they've been a vendor, what's being billed on an annual basis, at what facility and what work was performed, absolutely. It'll take some time if that's what council wants.
Oh, no.
But it is available for us,
I'm not
for
suggesting
sure.
that, just through the chair again, and when I was newly elected in 2014, I heard a lot of tales of procurement practices. Again, since I've been here, I can't question, but you know, landscaping, our electrical work, et cetera, where, you know, some guys would get the contracts, and after they would sub the work, and it would be shoddy work, and then we'd have staff to go in there to repair it. So at least it's good to know that there are control mechanisms, and that the quality of the work is being monitored. And so I'm fully satisfied with your answer. It's just, you know, we keep hearing these tales, you know, when we, so it's just interesting because that, you know, what I find, the bigger contracts, you know, we see them, but it's those little ones and the decision-making at that middle management, I would never see, and I have no idea. And it's good to give the public that confidence that there are these control mechanisms happening, and we have these safeguards. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Fortini?
The Chair, just asking a couple questions. So the $1 million in this, was this also done in the past? It was the same, nothing's changed?
No, it's been $1 million.
Going back from 5 years ago to now, material, labor, WSIB, unemployment insurance, everything goes up, and we're still at the $1 million. Why are we dropping it? If it was already put in council last time, the same thing. So are we reporting back, or are we gonna vote on this today?
Oh, no, I understand that we're gonna go and give you some information so you can make that decision.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so it's only a report coming back. Is my clear?
Mm-hmm, yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is a motion on the floor moved by Councillor Koleshi that staff be requested to report with further information in relation to competitive and invitational processes and the potential impacts of reducing the current $1 million reporting threshold to $750,000.
Okay, so there is a motion. So talking to the motion, I think it should have gone up, look at material and everything from 5 years ago to now, not go down. So if this was okay last term, why are we changing it this time? So I won't support that. I like to keep it the way it is. Everything's on the website. Anything unless it's an emergency or anything. So, you know, I don't see why we're dropping it down. Actually, it should be increased, looking at labor, material and all.
Do you have any other questions, Councillor Fortini? No, that's it. Okay. Councillor Willens?
Yeah, just quickly, I guess maybe to put Councilor Medeiros' mind at rest. When I was in the wholesale company, we did have, from the school boards and from the city of Brampton, I managed a lot of the purchases over the counter. And there was periodic checks from the managers, from the arenas, and from the purchasing staff themselves to go through the list on what the staff has picked up. And that was more to make sure that they were picking stuff up that was for the required facility. So there is policy on that for sure.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So for clarification, the motion on the table right now is not suggesting or not instructing staff to change the $1 million threshold. It is simply asking if we did change the threshold to $750,000, how many more reports would staff have to prepare and present to council for review, given that you would be dropping the threshold from $1 million to $750,000? You just want to simply know how many more reports would council have to be presented by staff. Is that correct? I see heads nodding.
If I may, Chair, part of some of the dialogue with the council was the previous term of council in 2018. We took a very constructive approach to updating a bylaw that needed some updating, and it was done in a very collaborative, outward-facing way. We got feedback from staff, feedback from council, feedback from our vendors. It was a very comprehensive approach, and a lot of thoughtful analysis went into it. However, there was considerable change on council this year, and there was a lot of questions and interest in how we actually did procurement. Hence, There was going to be a council workshop on the idea, but given some of the time constraints, that was going to be a significant time down, maybe May or June. So hence the concept of we're bringing this information forward to give everyone some of that information that they were requesting. Hence James' presentation today to give that feedback. But as part of any type of update to a bylaw or process, we value your feedback, and this is our way of ensuring that the bylaws and processes we have in place are reflective and serve the corporation. So happy to provide that feedback next week. However, I guess the question I have for council is if there are additional points of information that are required that would result in potentially changing or updating the bylaw, that we be given a little bit more time to collect that information so we do it all at once versus just coming back. I mean, this could be an item we come back with next week, but if there's a desire to amend the purchasing bylaw, that we be given a little bit more time to follow up with all of you to get that feedback, if that's fair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because I agree with Councillor Ferrantini in that based on James's answer from before, we need to continue to be efficient and to allow staff to follow a process that is already in place and be able to make decisions quickly and efficiently while still being transparent through the website. And that's why I asked the question about, is there a reporting mechanism for when there is a difference of opinion between vendors and the city? And I think that's an important piece that we've discovered here may be needed in the future if we want to implement that as a measure. But in terms of just having this information provided to council, I don't think there's any harm in that. I think that we will find at the end that the increased work that staff would have to undergo to provide this additional reporting may not be worth the value that and the cost. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Pleshy.
Chair, I think it's always important that members of council support information coming back. I don't believe that, I think if there was any desire to change the purchasing bylaw, I would hope that all members would agree that reestablishing maybe a workshop to have those discussions would be that next step forward. So there's no intent here other than to get information back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're back, Councilor Chair, you finished? So, was I hearing that there is going to be a workshop, or there was supposed to be a workshop?
So through the chair, we had proposed a workshop, but given some of the absences over the next several weeks, the next available time was late May, and there seemed to be a lot of questions of interest coming from members of council, so we thought it would be better sooner as opposed to later to just have this presentation for information. But we're happy to provide that workshop at a later date. That we just didn't want to be seen as not responding to council.
Okay, so we are going to have one in May. Am I hearing we're going to have one, or?
If it is the will of council, Chair, we will have a workshop at the timing at the discretion of council.
Okay. So, should we put that in a motion for a workshop, or you don't require a motion?
Through the chair, if it's beneficial and procedurally appropriate, maybe after the report back next week, council can identify a workshop at that time.
Okay. 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 Have the motion in front of us. Any other comments to this motion? Questions? Okay. All right. So all those in favor, please put your hands up. Okay. And carries. Thank you.
Mayor doesn't count as a vote. Mayor doesn't
Do you,
count as a
no,
vote.
wait, do you challenge the chair? You can challenge the chair. No, there was all this row. Yeah, so, but do you want to re-vote? You can have a re-vote. That's your right. Challenge the chair. Okay, all right, we're moving on then. So, staff staff presentation. So moving on to reports, 7.2.1. We have the Holland Christian Homes, Inc. 2019 grant funding request. Do we have a report on this? No. Oh, Councillor Bowman is on the floor.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to move the report. Councillor Medeiros and I have worked for, I guess, 4 years on these each and every year that we get this. So I'm happy to move the report and the recommendations.
Okay, all right. Any other questions or concerns? No? Okay, we have a motion to approve the 3 recommendations outlined in the report. All those in favor? Okay, no, there's a, what? All those in favor? Okay, it carries. And so 7.2.2 was on consent, 7.2.3 was on consent, 7.2.4 was on consent, and so we're on 7.2.5, which is an update on a regional government review. Yep. Oh, there's no.
Through the chair, I'm happy to provide commentary if requested. So you have the report in front of you. It provides a synthesis of the process that we've been traveling to date. We have been further since last week, following regional council direction. The CAOs and the treasurers met first thing Monday morning to further facilitate the process of getting in place a neutral audit firm to do that additional analysis. So we thank you for that direction and support. We have our own consultations the City of Brampton will be doing. We're doing a town hall similar to the approach and style that we did on cannabis, having people come to council chambers to provide that information and answer questions. We're also doing a teletown hall that will, again, similar to what we did during our budget process, as well as on the cannabis issue, where we're able to educate and inform and reach more people than we traditionally have on other activities that have faced the corporation over the years. So we are continuing to further that analysis. There is another meeting with the CAOs and the treasurers tomorrow afternoon. And we are going to continue to meet, as well as then provide updates on that information to council as it becomes available. And recognizing the public consultation window closes May 31st. There was also opportunity for the public to delegate at the region on this. And so we advertised to the public, and we have our own website set up on brampton.ca as well related to this issue that identified their ability to register and be a delegate for that event. Otherwise, the information is contained in the report, and happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thanks so much, Joe, for the report. Just a quick question. I noticed that AMO, we have some stuff here from AMO in the report, wondering if FCM has chimed in at all and what their position is on this, especially considering some of the recent meetings and challenges we have in terms of the federal government and access to different funds for municipalities, wondering if FCM has chimed in at all. And then also the next question is, considering FCM is in May and AMO in August, is there, I want to make sure that we in Brampton delegate to FCM, their board, and to the AMO board about some of these things regarding regional governance. That's it.
Through the chair, so as the appendix, what we included was actually last year's briefing note that the city's delegation presented to the Minister of Municipal Affairs. That's when he started his informal consultations on this. I haven't seen a formal position from AMO itself, and I most certainly have not seen anything from FCM. FCM's challenge has been to try to work more directly between the federal government and municipalities more directly. In terms of opportunities, absolutely. When we come forward with a report for the AMO conference, this will probably be one of the issues. It'll probably be informed by the new report and the financial analysis, and we can definitely pull together a briefing note for FCM to kind of share some of the concerns on efficiencies and effective government review.
So that would be great, because I think as we're collecting all of the information for the benefit of Brampton's position moving forward to those two bodies, we should be very articulate with the stats and information for our case at those two conferences. That would be amazing. Does that require a motion of some sort, or are we good?
Through the chair, we can take that as direction, and we can definitely include that in our future AMO report, and you will see it for our FCM delegation package.
Thanks, Lowell. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. Mayor Brown is next. No? Okay. The order. Okay. That's all right. Councilor Will.
How did I get up there?
I was just going through the order. Okay. Councilor Will. I have.
Councilor
Williams was on first.
Williams was
Okay.
first.
So we'll go. No matter what the order is here, we're gonna go Councilor Williams, Councilor Williams, and then Mayor Brown. Okay.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to staff. Just for clarification, I know that there is a Meet the Advisors day in person. So I'm just wondering, for people who may not know the role of the advisor and what their goal is what they're going to do and what people are going to expect from that type of interaction with the advisor.
Through the chair, the special advisors were appointed by the province to undertake these consultations for select regional governments. And those individuals are on a fact-finding mission to leverage their knowledge, experience, and expertise in the municipal space, in their respective historical roles. They've been meeting with mayors and CAOs from those areas. They have also now looked at furthering that consultation to speak with residents. They're taking all that information to consideration, building that into a report and recommendations for cabinet consideration, or the Premier's office consideration. Their report will not be public. It is purely going to be submitted to the government. The government will take that information into consideration and then issue its decision later on this summer.
Okay. Will that report be given to council in camera?
Through the chair, our understanding, it will not be.
It will not be. Okay. Do we know how many people from Brampton have signed up to meet with the advisors?
Through the chair, we can check with the regional clerk to determine how many people registered as delegates and get back to you.
Okay. It would be good to know if our Brampton residents are tapped in and are interested in meeting with the advisors on that level. I know we are definitely all invested in making sure residents are participating in our discussion here at the city, but having their voices heard at a higher level would be extremely valuable. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Williams. Councilor Williams.
Thank you. Thank you, through the chair. Just more of a comment, not a question. I would like to thank Mayor Brown for bringing this front and centered. It's been a long time since we had a mayor that was looking at the interests of Brampton. And you sort of got the ball rolling with the regional chair as well. So it's great to see that, your initiative on getting this going and looking what's right for Brampton, not necessarily what's right for the regional people or their neighbors to the south. So thank you.
Okay, Mayor Brown.
Underline what Councillor Santos mentioned is that we should be mindful of timelines. I think she makes a very good point. When we're delegating at FCM, and I know I intend to go to FCM, and I'm sure other members of council will, there may be some provincial representatives at FCM, given the fact it's the largest municipal conference in the country. And as much as AIM will be much more provincially focused, I do think having our our ducks lined up, our facts lined up for FCM would be helpful. I know it's an ambitious timelines because FCM is coming soon, but they're not giving a large window for consultation. The deadline for consultation input, I think, is third week in May. FCM is starts May 29th. So we really need to have all our homework done by May. And normally when you have this type of consultation where you require financial analysis, legal analysis, it takes time. When you're working with financial and legal analysis, it doesn't normally happen overnight. And so I think when Councillor Santos says we need to be ambitious on the timeline, she's absolutely correct. And we'll need to get down to work on this as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
Thank you, through the chair. With our with our members of the current government in Brampton, has there been any engagement with them on this issue? Have they reached out to us on so the MPPs of I guess the Conservative Party?
Through the chair, the short answer is no on both sides. We haven't actively been pursuing them, nor have they outreached to us in terms of what our position is. The timing for that is probably pretty good considering now that we are working with the 4 area municipalities, so we would have more information to share with them, all 5 MPPs, over the next coming weeks.
So, and I guess we'll be sharing with them all the information, what's going on, because it's important that they're on top of the debate and understand, especially our current government members.
And what we could do through the chair is, Joe mentioned the public outreach, so the teletown hall is going to take place on April 24th at 7 o'clock, hosted by Mayor Brown and members of council, and we have confirmed a date for the in-person town hall, which is going to be April 30th at 8 o'clock. So what we could do as staff is ensure that this information is pushed out to our MPPs and MPs to encourage them to participate as well, and if they wish to delegate or ask a question, then they can do so at the those 2 opportunities.
Great, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I also want to thank staff. I know these are tight deadlines that we're working with, and I know there's a bunch of other initiatives that we're working on, and so I appreciate you making the time to do the town hall and all the necessary research. May I have a motion to receive this update? Councillor Santos, all those in favor? That carries. All right, we don't have any other new business. We don't have any correspondence for 7.4. Moving on to councillor question period, 7.5. Do any members of council have any questions? Seeing none. Moving on to public question period. Okay, nope. Anybody? Nope. Seeing none. We are on the Public Works and Engineering section. Regional Councillor Paul Vicente, the chair.
Members of council, we're now about to begin the Public Works and Engineering section. We have no staff presentations, but we have items 8.2.1, 8.2.2, and 8.2.3, which are in the consent agenda. Item 8.2.4 was dealt with in the previous section of this meeting. Item 8.2.5 was entered into the consent agenda. So our next item is item 8.3, other new business, and under there we have 8.3.1, minutes of the Brampton School Traffic Safety Council for April 4th, 2019. This item was pulled from the consent agenda by Councillor Santos. Councillor, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. When we were having our citizen appointments committee meetings and looking at new members of the Traffic Safety Committee, one of the concerns came up was that these minutes come to committee for council's approval and nobody reads them. And so this time around, I read all of it and I found an error. So I just wanted to point out to the clerk, 8.3.1-9, page 9 of 11 of the minutes, motion SC 043-2, 2019, number 1. I think it's just a copy and paste typo. It's not referring to the correct school.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that will be corrected to properly reflect McClure Public School.
Okay,
Thank you.
and that is it.
Do any other members have questions about the minutes of the Brampton School Traffic Safety Council? Councillor Willens.
I have no questions about it, but even though it's in consent, I do read them because a lot of times they pertain to schools in my ward.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm sure every member of council dutifully reads their agenda items. So may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the Brampton School Traffic Safety Council for April 4th from Councillor Bowman? All in favor? Carried. We have no correspondence. We're now at item 8.5, Councillor's Question Period. Do any members of council have any questions? Seeing none, we are now in 8.6, Public Question Period, where we can deal with questions from members of the public on any item in this section of the agenda. Seeing none, I now turn it over to Regional Councillor Santos to chair the Community and Services section.
Members of council, committee of council, we are now at the community services section of the agenda. There are no staff presentations, and we have item 9.2.1, report from Al Meneses, Commissioner Community Services, dated March 23rd, 2019, regarding the Bovaird House Robinson Barn update and next steps in Ward 1. I believe that Councillor Paleshi had a few questions on the issue. Councillor Paleshi, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know there was a desire to refer the report back to staff based on Councillor Vicente's comments in the Heritage Board, and I want to support that. I just wanted the opportunity for Bovaird House to be able to, one, come to the table and potentially seek their own contractor to do the work. It's a little bit of, it's a sticky situation we have ourselves in here to the effect that Bovaird House owns the barn. We own the land that was deeded to us for free by the Bovairds. And I think that for us to include Bovaird House in at least that process, and to see if they could possibly, through memberships, through relationships, they could potentially do the work a little bit cheaper than we could. I think we should provide them with that opportunity. So I'm just supporting the referral, but request that Bovaird House at least have an opportunity to look and see if they can, one, do it cheaper than us, and at least come to us with what it would cost them to resurrect the barn. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you. The request from the Brampton Heritage Board from last evening was for the item to be deferred, and I just don't want to, the word that they used was to have the meeting deferred to a later date so that they would have time to organize themselves and present to this committee. But at the same time, the board had requested for an itemized list of the costs of the city's estimate for the re-raising of the barn. Notwithstanding Councillor Peleshi's comments and questions, we've now have not deferred this item, and I now see other members of council wanting to comment on this. So are we deferring the item, or are we discussing it here now today, is my question.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. It's my understanding that there is a referral back to staff.
Okay.
Based on your comments now, in my addition. So speaking to the report.
Speaking to the referral is Councillor Vicente? No? Councillor Fortini, speaking to the referral? Go ahead. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to refer this issue back to staff. Can we vote? All those in favor? Thank you. The motion is carried. Moving on to item, did I miss something, Clerk? Moving on to item 9.3.1, that item was already dealt with. Item 9.4, no correspondence. 9.5, councillors' question periods. Do any councillors have any further questions or comments regarding this section? No. Okay, public question period. Are there any members from the public who have any questions regarding any of the issues discussed in the community services section of the agenda? Seeing none. Let's now move to item number 10, the referred matters list. A list of outstanding business referred or deferred by council or standing committee. The clerk reports quarterly with the list, status, resolution, and/or expected reporting date of the outstanding business referred or deferred. The current list is linked as part of our meeting agenda. Do any members have questions regarding the referred matters list? Seeing none, moving on to government relations matters. There was a report brought forward by Lowell Rubin Vaughn regarding a number of different things, especially the recent provincial budget. Any questions about that? And I just will add that I do have one question and a motion to bring forward once the speakers list is over. So Councillor Willens, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, I have no questions of Lowell. There may have been some confusion at the start of the meeting about moving this into consent. My intent to move this into consent is not to have Lowell sit here all day waiting, because it is 11 point something on the agenda. I would prefer to have it moved into consent. Have it, if the members of council have questions on government relations, have it pulled out and dealt with at an earlier part of the agenda so that Lowell doesn't, he's a pretty important guy these days, so we don't want to keep him sitting in the meeting all afternoon, because it's now 2 o'clock and we should have been done by 11. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Willens, for those remarks. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree that Lowell's time is indeed very important, and I think if council wants to move the government relations matters item up to the head of the agenda going forward, I think that that is certainly something that we can consider and make a decision on. But I do have a question of Lowell, which I would have been happy to have asked earlier if that was allowed, so that you'd have time to do your work. With respect to the provincial government's budget and their review, their changes to the gas tax program, can you explain to us what kind of impact that decision will have on us here at the City of Brampton?
Thank you, and through the chair to the councillor. So first, let me just preface this is sometimes it gets confused. So this does not impact the recent federal doubling of the gas tax. So that is still going forward, assuming that the federal budget gets approved. So that one-time top-up of the federal gas tax we are still anticipating to happen. So within the budget, the provincial government decided not to move forward with the Liberals' proposed plan of phasing in the doubling of the gas tax. So what we included in slide 6 was what the impact would be, or what the impact will be on the City of Brampton. And I could also defer to Alex from Transit to kind of speak a little bit more on this. But what we've done is included the chart because we were anticipating these in terms of our budget. So what we did was what we were anticipating, which is the with doubling for 2019 through to 2021. At that point, the doubling of the gas tax would remain constant. And what we've done is we pulled out the doubling of the gas tax with what we were anticipating would be the phase-in, the same time period. And the last line impact will demonstrate the total loss impact to the city of Brampton as it relates to the non-doubling of the gas tax. So when it would fully be rolled out and phased in, we were anticipating an additional $13 million. So that does have a significant impact on our budget, future decisions in terms of transit in particular, especially as we continue to experience high growth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So through you to staff, how might the municipality, this organization, be able to manage this reality going forward? Have you had some thoughts on how you might deal with this?
Through the chair, I'll defer to the Director of Transit. We have had preliminary discussions on that.
Yeah, through the chair, with the announced doubling of the gas tax, it was supposed to start on April 1st of this year for the $0.25 per liter. The actual figure that we have in this year's operating budget is approximately $2.4 million that's been accounted for. And then for future years, in terms of our projected operating budgets, what we are hoping to do is review with our finance and our treasurer the go-forward position, have consultation with our with Lowell's group, and then come forward with a report on how do we deal with that shortfall. And in future budget years, of course, that will come through our 2020 budget process and so on every year. But for this year, we'll be dealing with a shortfall because of that announcement cancellation of the gas tax.
And through you, Madam Chair, approximately this shortfall, it represents approximately what percentage of our total budget? Do we have an idea of the approximate value?
And through the chair, are you talking, sorry, just to get clarification, is that with the transit-specific budget or corporate budget entirely?
Whole budget for the city of Brampton.
I'll have to defer that to our treasurer.
Through the chair, so $2.5 million on the 2019 budget would be equivalent to approximately a 0.5% on the city's budget. As far as the overall property tax, about half of that, so about a quarter point on the total property tax bill.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate all of your answers and clarification on this item. I would be happy, Councillor Willens, to move a motion that going forward that the government relations matters item be moved to near the head of, perhaps just after delegations in respect to members of the community who appear regularly here to delegate to council.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Any members of council who want to speak to the motion? I saw Councillor Willens. Did you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, Councillor Willens.
I didn't really make a motion, I made a suggestion. But anyhow, I would prefer to have it moved into consent because you can see, if you read the consent, it says there will be no separate discussions unless any of the committee wants to pull it out. So I'm good with moving it to the front, but I think it should be before the delegations, because today we had 8 delegations, and 4 of those 8 would probably like to hear a government relations report because they dealt with different levels of government. They dealt with the appeal of poverty, they met with the CBC, they've dealt with arts, they dealt with heritage and Algoma University, so a lot of those are other levels of government as well. So I think it'd be important if we have it go before the delegations, just so that, because that took us most of this meeting, those delegations. So, okay, thanks.
Councillor Vicente has accepted that as a friendly amendment, so I believe the motion on the floor is to revise the standing agenda to have government relations appear before the delegations on both council as well as committee?
Yes, in consent, but only be pulled if someone wants to talk.
So, and in consent.
And if I could add, just maybe the members of council could notify a little ahead of time if they want a discussion on it. That way he doesn't have to show up.
Thank you. The only challenge that I might see with that is that sometimes we get the government relations information a bit later. so it doesn't give us that much time to review it, to give Lowell the heads up that we have a question. I find myself usually reading the government relations stuff on Tuesday night. So if we can get it sooner, or if we just make sure that we keep that top of mind, that would be great. But I would support that motion. So there's a motion on the floor. Any other councillors who want to speak to the motion? Nope. Okay. You're to the motion? Yep.
Just to clarify, the motion is to move it.
The motion is to bring the government relations matter, which is currently in section 11 at the end of the, close to the end of the agenda, up to the top before the delegations, and also to leave it in consent. So if a councillor, to put it into consent, and if a councillor has a question on something on government relations, then Lowell would appear before the delegates present at a committee or council meeting.
So can I ask a question about the motion?
Yep,
So may I ask it through you to,
absolutely. Go ahead.
Lowell, do you sit here the whole time?
Through the chair, I do not sit here the whole time. What happens sometimes, as if I do listen in at my desk or kind of at other meetings, sometimes I do get caught because I do feel that when I think that the item is going to go 2 minutes, it ends up going about an hour. So it's just hard to budget my time sometimes. And there has been occasions where I've completely missed opportunities to delegate just because of time.
You would prefer this?
Through the chair, yes, but again, I work on the request of council.
So no, which is fine. And I think everybody on council respects the work that you do. But I'm just wondering what the point of this is. And no disrespect to you, but what if, I know economic development was waiting here today. I know there's other staff members, like, do we go with everybody's, is government relations, I don't know, perhaps Joe can clarify, is government relations like in the hierarchy of our agenda the highest and most important? I don't know. Or is it more than public works? Is it more than economic development? Are you the busiest person? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't, what is the point of this?
So if I may, as a chair, just chime in here. So in my experience working at Queen's Park and with the federal government as well, the government relations role, instead of sitting here all day on a Wednesday, should be monitoring what is happening at other levels of government. Okay. There are other things that I believe, you know, as chairing now, Lowell could be doing other than sitting through a really long agenda. And for me, it makes sense that government relations would go first. That would free up his time to do government relations work during the day on Wednesdays.
Fair enough. But everything here is not for us. It's for members of the public as well.
Good point.
And so there's people at home watching. And I think it might be, you know, they might say something that's important to somebody else watching. So to automatically put it in consent, I don't agree with. If you want to move it to the front, so you make a very good point as well, to the beginning of the agenda, that's fine. But I can't support putting it in consent unless we have to remove it. I think government relations, just like you said, he has a lot of important work to do. And Lowell comes with that important work back to us, and we're going to shove it in consent. I think we need to hear it. If somebody feels that there's not enough information, that the information is not worth talking about, put it in consent then. But I'll support moving it to the front of the agenda.
Is there a suggestion from Councillor Dillon perhaps to split the motion?
I just asked for a friendly amendment to move the portion where it says put it in consent.
Okay, so I have Councillor Willens wanting to speak to Councillor Dillon's suggestion. Go ahead.
If it's that concerning to Councillor Dillon, we won't automatically put in consent. I'm okay with moving it to before the delegations.
Yes, that's fine. Like I said, and so just add one thing through you, Chair, or to you, Chair, as well, because you had mentioned it. I just think it's important that anybody watching at home has an opportunity, or anybody here has an opportunity to get that information, because it is very important information that Heisberger.
I agree, Lowell's a very important keeper of information. Councillor Williams to respond to Councillor Dillon. Oh, you're good. Okay, so is there anyone else who wants to speak to the motion on the floor as amended and amended again?
So we're removing the friendly amendment to remove the consent?
Yep,
right?
the consent piece has been removed. I have Mayor Brown and Councillor Fortini. Did you want to speak to the motion or on a different issue?
Not motion to the current issue.
Okay. Okay, I understand. We have a motion on the floor. Let's get this motion out of the way first. All those in favor of the motion, you want to speak to the motion, Fortini? I kept asking. Would you like to speak to the motion on the floor, Councillor Fortini? Okay, all those in favor of the motion? That motion is carried back to the issue on the floor, which is the actual report itself. I had Councillor Williams first. Sorry, Mayor Brown, I'll have you next. Go ahead, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To you, Lowell. There was quite a bit of discussion around the healthcare, and I'm just wondering if you can kind of share some of the impacts to healthcare, and especially in regards to establishing the 10 regional health entities. What is that going to look like for the Brampton residents?
So through the chair, that's a great question. I'll preface my overall summary of or analysis of the budget is there's a lot of initiatives there, but there's not necessarily a lot of details in terms of how the province will be going forward to action a lot of them. So in particular, you're referring to the reducing the number of regional health entities. So that's like Peel Public Health from 35 across the province down into 10. The budget doesn't get into how they're planning on doing that. They emphasize the role for greater efficiencies, frontline staff with more on the mantra. What they do announce is, and it's in the report, they are hoping to have the realignment across the province completed by 2020-21. So again, that change will happen relatively quickly. On the other issue, another issue that's in there is around the integration of Ontario's 59 emergency health service operators. So again, reducing the number that's currently there down to 22. When I was with the region of Peel working with our EMS colleagues, they were looking at actually reducing the numbers that serve the 905 regions as well as the county of Simcoe, just for redundancies, cost efficiencies, and responding to emergencies and tiering it appropriately. So I haven't had a chance to touch base with them yet to see what impact or they see on this particular initiative. On the funding as relates to specifically for hospitals, home and community care, a lot of it was re-announcements of funding that was previously available. They did announce some top-up, but interesting for us, there wasn't anything specific to, for example, William Osler health systems, but there is $17 billion to modernize and increase capacity at hospitals and addressing urgent issues. So as we move forward with our advocacy on addressing the healthcare needs within Brampton, hopefully we can make the case for, ending the hallway medicine, hallway care within our own borders by, working with our community partners to advocate for that.
Okay. Well, thank you. It's good to hear that there may be some opportunity for us to still advocate, because I think the feeling amongst many in Brampton who are very connected to the fight for better healthcare are feeling like with cuts happening every year that our opportunities are getting quite slim. And so if there's any way that we could still help keep everybody's hopes up around our fight for better healthcare here in Brampton, we want to be able to express that and share that. And yeah, so as you hear more information, I think it's going to be so important, especially with regards to healthcare, because I think people are pretty scared, and school and education as well.
Through the chair, so the government did, if you look at the budget, the healthcare budget is still there, but there's also significant transformation that's occurring, not just the funding here, but also moving forward with the new Ontario health teams and their whole notion around wraparound care and investing in frontline healthcare workers. So again, there's still a lot unknowns that hopefully over the next couple months we'll be able to unpack and understand how we can leverage this for our community. So.
And sorry, through you, Madam Chair, just one more question. Is this, do we not know the information because Bill 74 is still being debated? Is that why, or Bill 74 with regards to healthcare?
through the chair, Bill 74 is specifically for the Ontario health teams, but some of these other pieces, and I haven't had a chance to go deep dive in the budget bill in terms of what they've already done, but the budget does talk about engaging in broader public consultations, so I don't think any decision has been made yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I have Mayor Brown on the board. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. If you go back to the first page, I just want to look at the doubling of the gas tax that's canceled. I think that was the first page. There it is. You look at that $2.5 million, and that's something that we can obviously handle this year. But when you look at what it grows to, at $13 million by 2021, that's a significant diminishment of resources from the provincial government. And so when we do speak to our government ministers or government MPPs that visit, that was a commitment made to municipalities, and it's a big number. And so I just think we need to be mindful that there's a cost to this budgetary change to the residents of Brampton. And when we look at potholes or infrastructure or transit that needs to be upgraded, they're making it more difficult for us. And so I think that's, right now we obviously have some heavy lifting on advocacy for transit infrastructure, for healthcare infrastructure, but this was a transfer to municipalities that is being diminished. It just seems that there's a tendency in government that the feds can download to the province and the province can download to municipalities, but there's only one taxpayer. There's only one taxpayer, and this is going to sting. So I just wanted to flag that there's a cost, and we're doing our best to maintain competitive property taxes here, but for a government that wants to protect the taxpayer, this is $13 million put on the backs of Brampton property taxpayers, and in the chaos and the attention of a budget, it may go unnoticed, but that's a big increase for municipalities.
Through the chair, the mayor makes a really good point, and that's just focusing on the gas tax. If you look at the next section in terms of future discussions the province wants to have with municipalities, right in the budget, it talks about the current transfers to municipalities is unsustainable. So the doubling of the gas tax could have been a low-hanging fruit for them, so there could be other transfers to municipalities that could be coming in future conversations that would be, I suspect, unoffset by future provincial dollars. So just something we are continuing to monitor. So for future advocacy, this could be a bigger piece.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown and Lowell. Permission to speak from the chair. Thank you. So let's leave it here on slide 11.1-6 and going to the second paragraph. Maybe we can ask for an increase of taxes from alcohol gaming, perhaps, considering it was so heavy in the budget. But over the weekend, I had some conversations with staff as well as council colleagues, the Peel Public Health, about what to do with this potential legislation to allow consumption of alcohol in public spaces. And most of that feedback I've incorporated into a motion, which is essentially, if the clerk can put it up, because I want to just quickly get through this. It's essentially just saying that I'll read it. Whereas on Thursday, April 11th, the provincial government released the 2019 budget, which included a proposed amendment to permit municipalities to designate public areas such as parks for the consumption of alcohol. Whereas there are many public health, community safety, and municipal service impacts regarding municipalities' decision to allow consumption of alcohol in public spaces, including parks, and these impacts should be considered and weighed as part of the decision-making process. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to report to Committee of Council with recommendations on how to proceed with the proposed changes to legislation concerning consumption of alcohol in public spaces to include any cost implications. And number 2, the city engage residents through social media and other online methods for feedback on the issue concerning alcohol consumption in public spaces in Brampton. So essentially, I was going to jump in and just put a ban. But after talking through with a number of folks, I think we should go through the process and refer it back to staff for a proper report to get the information and any cost implications. And also at the same time, this particular legislation hasn't passed at Queen's Park yet. There's still time for us to think it through. So I would ask my council colleagues to support this motion. Any discussion? Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for starting to get the ball rolling on this. Although you had kind of said that you wanted to squash it. So predetermining an outcome, I'm not so much in support of. When I first heard about this, I had a number of organizations through Brampton Minor Hockey, through an organization that currently rents Ching Park, and some other ones. And I know that Brampton Lacrosse is, I think, one of the only ones that has the beer garden set up now for the Minto? Junior A's. And going ahead with what is kind of happening at the Powerade Center with the baseball and the amount of the tournaments that are being held there and moving into, then they go into the Powerade Center to the pub that's in there. The lack of the restaurant that moved away from South Fletchers, but other opportunities for the city of Brampton. I don't want to kind of put out any kind of public engagement hearing from on just the downside of what this could be. And this is the way I kind of read this now. I would like a public engagement. I'd like to hear from our residents. I don't want to hear just the concerns that they have. I want to hear all the pros and cons. So I request that kind of number 2 be altered to reflect that, if I may.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. I would take that as a friendly amendment, absolutely. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As someone who spent years working with Care Brown and also hearing about other organizations who hold festivals in and around the city on public spaces and parks, there already is a process within the law for organizations to obtain a permit to sell or serve liquor in public spaces. I don't think that this motion would have any effect on that. This is with respect to the consumption of alcohol without a permit. Would that be correct to the mover of the motion?
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Yes, that would be correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Fortini?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just asking some questions to staff. I'm okay with the motion. We have a bylaw now, you can't drink in parks. And so you can't just go around and sit on a picnic table. Or is it provincially?
Oh, go ahead.
Through the chair to the councillor, it is provincial, so we don't have a bylaw that restricts alcohol consumption.
So anyone can sit in a park now?
No. So the way that, provincial legislation would override any municipal bylaw. So it's provincially legislated that you cannot consume alcohol in parks. What the proposed amendment is through the budget bill is there will no longer be a provincial restriction. It'll be up to the municipalities now to either allow it or restrict it.
And I understand that, and that hasn't passed yet. I'm saying at this time, now, before it passes, do we have a bylaw that you cannot sit on parks? I'm not asking about.
Through the chair, we do not have a specific bylaw that prohibits the consumption of alcohol in parks simply because provincial legislation dictates that you are not allowed to drink in public places, including parks.
So anyone can sit in a park now, is that what you said?
No, through the chair, provincial legislation prohibits you from drinking in the park.
Well, you're saying we don't have a bylaw, and the provincial hasn't passed it yet. So last year, or 6 months ago.
So through the chair, just to avoid the confusion, current legislation is the current legislation. The current legislation states that individuals are not allowed to consume alcohol in parks. The proposed amendment would change that. So right now, we are governed through provincial legislation that prevents the consumption of alcohol.
So in the past, it was on provincial, that's what I'm saying,
Yes.
provincial. There was a law then, if we didn't have a bylaw.
Correct.
So if we went there with the bylaws, there's nothing we could do. We would have to call Peel Police because it becomes provincial. That's all. So now they're changing. So we have, like Councillor Palacio says, maybe the beer tent and all. We need certain permits for these activities to go. Are we going to bring this bylaw forward?
So through you, Madam Chair, there is something called a special occasion permit that's regulated through the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario, and that would apply to large gathering events, both public and private. And presumably with this legislative change, that would still allow that process to occur.
Okay, so-
For example, Rotary Ribbon Roll has a beer tent. There are tournaments and public parks, city facilities that get a special occasion permit.
Okay,
Presumably
good.
that meets all the requirements and would still continue.
Yeah, very good. I'm okay with this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williams. Oh, Williams.
Oh, no, it was Williams. Yeah. It was Williams. Go ahead, Williams.
Go ahead.
One of you needs changing it.
Go ahead, Councillor
Not me,
Williams.
I'm over. Thank you, through the chair, thank you for bringing this forward. I did talk to staff, bylaw staff, after I heard the announcement, as I had some concerns, being chair of bylaw last term of council. Yeah, I support the first part, and I'm glad that you were able to agree with the friendly amendment on the second part, because I don't want this interfering with those groups, those various groups, so I'm glad you're able to do the friendly amendment. And it would be a nightmare if we didn't put some kind of bylaw in place, because that would be mom and dad going to their kids' soccer game and sitting in the field and sitting behind people's backyards. We deal with it enough. So if we have control on how we can do it and implement our own bylaws, I'm all for that as well. So, but I don't want to interfere with the special groups that need the permits. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Williams. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I fully support this. I think it's very important that we look at how this is going to impact our community, and, you know, especially around the cost implications, like the cleanup enforcement. But I'm just wondering if in downloading this decision to us, did the province allocate any funding to help us enforce this at all?
Through the chair, no.
No, okay. Yeah, so it'll be very interesting to see how this is going to impact us yet again. Thanks.
Thank you so much. There are no more speakers on the board. There is a motion on the floor. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. The next item of the agenda, thank you, Lowell. The next item of the agenda is public question period. There is a limit of 15 minutes for members of the public to ask any questions about recommendations made by committee at today's meeting. I see that we have someone at the top. Hi, Sylvia.
Hello, I'm Sylvia, resident of Ward 3. I was wondering what plans the city has made regarding the gas tax being cut. Where is the money coming out of? Is it all transit, or is it coming from across the city budget, given that it was something that was reasonably foreseeable that there was a chance that it might not show up?
Thank you. I'll ask General Manager Mr. Milojevic to answer that question.
Thank you, and through the chair to the delegate, the provincial gas tax is strictly for transit, and that will only impact right now transit, not the corporate services other than transit-specific services, and that was identified as that 2.4 million, which was the first part of that start of the doubling of the gas tax.
Is council aware that there's absolutely no way we're going to hit our emissions targets without strong growth in transit? Are you aware that 20% of asthma cases in the GTA is actually because of emissions from motor vehicles? So it's a case of increasing transit substantially reduced healthcare costs?
Thank you, Sylvia, for the question. If my colleagues and myself don't know, I'm assuming we know now. Do you have any further questions about the recommendations made by committee today? Thank you so much. Okay, we are now at item number 13. May I have a motion to move into closed session to deal with the following items? 13.1, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipal or local board, property lease manner. I have a motion from Councillor Willens has a comment.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Peter, since it is a property lease matter, can we deal with this in open session?
Through you, Madam Chair, this is a legitimate closed session matter. However, if members have read their agenda that was distributed to them and they don't have any questions, under Council's procedural rules, committee could decide not to move into closed session and consider the motion in public.
I would consider moving the motion, moving the report.
Okay, we have a
I've read
motion
it.
on the floor to move the report and adopt the recommendations in the report. All those in favor? Councillor Fortini is on the board. Go ahead.
Sorry, I skipped council question, Pierre, but I'm okay with that. I was gonna say the same thing.
So the motion's on the screen.
The motion is on screen. Moved by Councillor Paleshi. Okay, moved by Councillor Willens. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, so now we are at item number 14, adjournment. Thank you very much, members of council and staff, for all of your help today and for the recommendations that will be presented to City Council for approval at its next meeting on April 24th. Committee is next scheduled to meet on Wednesday, May 1st at 9:30 a.m. And may I have a motion to adjourn today's meeting? Councillor Willens is on the board.
Before we adjourn, I'd just like to wish Councillor good luck on his honeymoon.
Oh, thank you.
That is out of order, but we accept it anyway. Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn today's meeting? Moved by Councillor Vicente. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Have a great afternoon.